in the Ashburn and Arabi area right now, moving off to the northeast. And Chris Zellman's there showing you what the areas we're really concerned about with the blue little arrow. And you can see another area of rotation coming in there on some of these latest scans. Looks like we could be having a devastating tornado there. Same storm that came through Albany. And we already have damage reports here of Albany from windows being blown out, damage to homes. I pray that this is not the case that we see here in the Arabi area right now, north of Ashburn into Arabi. Don't have access to looking at my debris signature right now, or else I would be showing you guys if that's picked up anything at all. But this is the area that we're most concerned about now. It's going closer to 75. Now, this is a pretty populated area, especially 75, very heavily traveled road. If you don't know, if you're watching and you're not from here, that goes from north to south across the center of Georgia. A lot of truckers on this road. I'm worried about 18-wheelers being blown over and potentially cars being blown off the road, because if you're driving this way, you're driving this way, and you get hit by 70, 80-mile-an-hour winds coming at you, you're not going to stand a chance. Your car's not going to stay on the road. So don't need to be in your vehicle right now. Looks like that circulation's getting even closer to Arabi. I'm going to see if I can look at the...
I just want to get some information. Facebook has gone ahead, and what they do in large disasters or something bad happens, they make you check in. So they have made Albany one of those check-in sites to see if you are okay.
Let your family and friends know.
Yes, so Facebook is now knows that this is a significant disaster in Albany, and will be a significant disaster heading into southern Crisp County as we speak. And heading into Wilcox County next. Again, strong rotation continues to be seen on radar. This is most likely at least a tornado, if not a large and powerful tornado.
Let's see what they've got the latest update in here. I'm going to read that off real quick as you...
Okay, well, I'll get closer to you since I've taken the other microphone.
Okay, so this is latest. We have confirmed tornado. This was a few minutes ago, located over Arabi, or 7 miles northwest of Ashburn, moving northeast at 70. So it looks like Ashburn might have missed it here, closer to the Arabi area. That's the town you see there. It's spelled A-R-A-B-I. A couple people pronounce it differently. Arabi. Hazard, of course. Radar confirmed tornado. Shelter in place. Please, if you're in this area, you're not out of this yet. This is moving off to the northeast at 70 miles an hour, one of the fastest tornadic supercells that I've seen, moving very fast northeast at 70 miles an hour. They're definitely going to have a damaging tornado with this. We've got a confirmed tornado, again, located over Arabi, 7 miles northwest of Ashburn. Let's see if we have any updated information from the National Weather Service. Let's see here.
Yeah, and just as you're talking about that, I want to update. We still have that other tornado warning that includes Sylvester, and that goes for another 15 minutes. And the storms have ended in Albany. I do not see any more severe weather. That is it. Do we need any more? We're done. Good riddance. So severe threat is over. I would say Highway 19 west. No more severe weather. That is it for us. We do have a little line of showers, but it's not severe. No, I'm not seeing that on. I'm not sure what that is.
So,
well, hold on a second. Maybe I spoke too soon.
So we're still going to be dealing with this now.
There's a thin line of showers there coming. That's the cold front actually that you saw there on that backside, right there coming into. It looks like Miller County and Decatur County. That is the actual cold front. So that will really put an end to it. When I say cold front, it's really going to just dry out. The dew points will drop from the 60s and 70s into the 40s and 50s.
We haven't checked in on Sylvester here.
Yeah.
Let's check in on you folks right now. But I do need to get back toward the Arabi area. We got a severe thunderstorm. So this is the radar indicated tornado warning. That's going to go until 4:15. That includes Sylvester. We'll spend a little bit of time on this because we've got a more dangerous tornado possible, but that includes East Doherty and also Poulan area as well. Poland, excuse me.
Sounds like my home country, except it doesn't end in a D.
There you go.
That one's easy, but the other one I can't get.
All right.
Arabi.
Arabi. So there we go. But it looks like Arabi's starting to get in the clear. I imagine you guys have a decent amount of damage. Sorry, a little too far in there. Looks like you guys have a decent amount of damage. But south of Arabi, so not quite out of it yet, we've got still an area of rotation there. Let's see.
Yeah, the storm looks like it has passed east of I-75 now. So it is east of I-75. It's heading into Wilcox County here. It looks like it may split Pitts and Rebecca.
South of Cordele, looks like Cordele got spared from this one. But still, just if you live on the north side of Ashburn, you are still under this tornado warning that's going to last here for a bit longer. So we're not done with this yet. This again goes until 4:15. Still seeing some rotation with this. Let's see here. Trying to look at our latest scans to see exactly.
Yeah, I have it. It's pretty much due west of Rebecca, and maybe 3 miles east of I-75.
We're getting reports of some damage coming in as well. Yeah, I see the same thing. At Crisp County, it looks like it got hit pretty hard.
So we still have this tornado warning on the south flank until 4:15. The north flank is till 4:30.
So let me zoom in on that area. We think that
right there, you can actually see it in the see that in the darker color red. That's where it is, Arm Boy. That's where we think the rotation is, right in the Arm Boy area, where we're showing that. So Arm Boy, double run. Please seek shelter immediately. Highway 159. You live along Highway 159. This is going to. This storm looks like it's coming right up Highway 159.
We've got 41 there, but then it goes more toward 159.
Yeah.
Toward Double Run.
Yeah, so Arm Boy, Double Run. Please seek shelter immediately. This is a tornadic supercell thunderstorm. It has a history of producing dangerous and powerful tornado. We have confirmed tornado in Albany, and also now starting to get confirmations in Worth County and into Turner County. And southern Crisp County. So please find your shelter immediately. If you are watching us here from Arm Boy to Double Run, and then if the storm continues on this track, it will probably come between Pitts and Abbeville and Rochelle. So Wilcox County next up for.
We've got another. This is not the tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. We've got two. So now we're starting to get toward that I-75 corridor area, going towards Lowndes County. These are areas that got hit very hard in the early morning hours. We'll get to these severe thunderstorms right now, probably winds 60 miles an hour, quarter-size hail. But right now we're going to focus on these two tornado warnings that we still have. Now, Sylvester, you guys need to be in your safe spot right now. If you live in Worth County, you have actually two separate tornado warnings in Worth County right now. The one that's going over Sylvester, that one is radar indicated. So it's not confirmed. Don't know if we have any eyes on the ground over there yet, but that one's radar estimated, and it's likely be, let's see there, 14. So that one, it's a tornado warning. We're just not as worried about it as this one that went through Arabi, crossed over 75, and it looks like the rotation now would be in the Arm Boy area there, and some of our northwestern counties going toward Double Run. So this area, you definitely need to be taking shelter. This storm is racing about 70 miles an hour, moving across the area. And
let's can we do a storm track on that?
You want to from Arm Boy?
Yeah, right about Arm Boy. I think that's where you should start it.
Northeast?
Northeast at 70. We're going to try to see where in Wilcox County this is going to affect. There's Pitts, Rochelle, and Abbeville. Just looking at it, it looks like it's going to be in the Pitts and Rochelle area very quickly. So we believe that this tornadic supercell is very close to Arm Boy right now, and could very well come into Rochelle. Again, Arm Boy right in this vicinity, and moving into southern Wilcox County. So Rebecca and Owensboro, 4:15. Rebecca, again, what ends up happening with these really big tornadoes is that there's going to be debris flying out of these storms. It sucks it up and then it blows it out. 10,000 feet in the air, so there's going to be debris falling. You want to find your safe room, even though you're kind of on the fringe of it. You want to find your safe room. We just got another lightning. I don't know.
Yeah,
what that
we're
was.
getting power surges still.
Power hit, even though there's nothing going on here in Albany. Again, I would, if I were anyone in Wilcox County, please right now find your safe room. This rotation looks like it's heading very close to Rochelle and is very close to Rebecca as we speak, 411. So yeah, pretty much on top of Rebecca, and then heading up into the Rochelle area. It looks like it's heading maybe a little bit more north and east, or north of east than we're showing, more due northeast, if that makes any sense, more north of east.
Okay, so we're getting another report of damage now. We've got a caller said trailers on top of trailers, damage to the pecan groves near P&G, which is, I guess, closer to that.
Southern,
Yeah,
southern
exactly where we think it went over.
Okay, so.
So that's back in the Albany area.
Do we have a picture of that, or is that just a?
I'm hearing from the Baker County EMA director right now. Let's see, we've got major trees down. Let me pull this back up. Just trying to give you guys a little bit of damage, just so you know the potential of these storms. Damage to houses, trees, large trees uprooted, power lines down. It's not safe enough to go out and check on this. Now, the tornado warning is going to continue for Arabi, Rochelle, and Abbeville, and I know this area was seeing some major flooding earlier. So now you guys are getting hit from another angle here with another wave.
This may cross. I'm trying to get this track just right, but from what I'm seeing is that the rotation is going to get very close to Rochelle. Really, Rochelle is kind of in the crosshairs, but if you live in Pitts and Abbeville still, please find your safe room right now, because this storm is very large in scope. So again, even though the tornado might not move into your right over you or right near you, you will very much have debris flying around all around here. So Rochelle, Pitts, Abbeville, you're next up here for the potential of this tornadic supercell, which has had a history of producing extensive damage in Dougherty County, Worth County, and continues to travel north and east. So we're still under a tornado warning in Wilcox County, and that goes until 4, I believe it's 4:30. So we still have a little more time here. I'm seeing the tightest rotation now. Looks like it's crossing into Wilcox County as we speak, and heading for the Rochelle area. But Pitts and Kramer,
5 on the 1 to 5
Double Run, all these places, you need to be in your safe room. You need not be in a mobile home. We have talked about that all morning long, all day long, all night long.
We are hearing the potential of other mobile homes hit, but nothing really other than that right now. Wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, so still seeing a pretty good rotation here. Fortunately, we did not have the radar coming out of.
Okay. So
go ahead. I'm sorry.
We've got a truck flipped over the southern ag building. I guess that's on Sylvester Road. A report of people trying to help right now.
So let's zoom out real quick. We still have this very serious tornado warning here. We still are holding on to this one here south, but Bridgeboro is out of it. Sylvester's still in it. So we are looking at 2 tornado warnings. The one in Wilcox County, it is pretty much in Wilcox County now. I don't see much in Turner, but there still could be some debris flying. So you're gonna need to wait till 4:15 at least. I think that's when it expires. And then this one down here, and then we're getting a number of severe thunderstorm warnings to the south that are heading into Pavo, Moultrie, back into the areas that got hit earlier with a tornado, Ellington and Adel. And another one that's coming through Quitman and heading towards Valdosta and Valdosta Alpha.
Sheriff, tell me how
That's
things
more
are going to
north.
be. How are you guys dealing with this? I mean, you know that you have a tornado on the ground in southern Wilcox. What are your thoughts?
Well, right now we have three shelters that people can go to get out the storm. We have the Wilcox County Courthouse that is open. We also have City Hall in the city of Rochelle, and also Ferguson Funeral Home. For anyone that needs shelter, they can go to those three locations.
Okay, and so where that was in Rochelle, you said? Did we lose the sheriff? I think we lost Sheriff Rogers right there.
Okay, I thought I lost you for a minute.
Okay, we've got you back. Did you say those shelters are in Rochelle?
There's two shelters in Rochelle at City Hall and also Ferguson Funeral Home.
Okay. Stand
And
by,
also
Sheriff.
sure.
Okay, 1 second. Pat, do you have any information?
Yeah, so this is a brand new tornado warning now for Bleckley, Lawrence, Twiggs, and Wilkinson counties until 4:45. This is for that storm.
There it is.
No, actually, this is for.
That is for that storm.
Okay.
There it is, and there's the beep right there. Sheriff, listen, I don't want to keep you long because I know you're going to be busy. If you'll list those shelters off one more time for me, and then we'll let you go so that you can, because you're about to have a lot to deal with.
Sure. It's the Wilcox County it's the Wilcox County Courthouse in Abbeville. It is the City Hall in Rochelle, and it's also Ferguson Funeral Home. Those are the three locations we have available.
Okay, Abbeville, if you're watching in Wilcox, is going to be your best bet. You don't have time to get anywhere in Rochelle right now. Abbeville, you still got a few more minutes if you're going to go to that shelter. Pat, go ahead.
This is a second tornado warning.
We have two
right
actives.
now. So that's
Oh, this is the one north of that.
Right.
There it is right there.
That's tightening up very quickly now.
Sheriff Rogers, we thank you for your time, and we would like to get back in touch with you later, okay?
Yes, sir. You bet.
You guys be safe. All right. Cochran right now. We are looking at Bleckley County between Cochran and Cary. This is a new storm. As kind of who's seeing the majority of a damage potential. It is still kind of south of where my hand was here. So Bleckley County now crossing 23 north of Cochran. It appears it's not the best looking velocity signature. Let me see if I can get it on base a little bit better.
A little broad.
Huh?
Little broad, but it
is broad, yeah. So
the reflectivity is showing that swirl.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up which side of it they're talking about right here. Which side are they looking at? They're doing just a straight red right there. So this one's not right now. By no means am I diminishing this. If you're in Bleckley County, you need to get to that safe place. Let me put the warning back over here. Now we're dealing with two tornado warnings. One for sure, we know in southern Wilcox County. You heard Sheriff Rogers say those shelters that are in place. Let me go back down to this one for a second. I would not try to get out on the road right now and say, all right, well, we're going to go to this shelter in Rochelle. You do not have time to do that now. That storm is already too close. This
Okay,
next
test
man
one,
could
two.
have it right here.
Test one.
Go ahead, Pat.
And that was, and I just want to.
So the warning of the storm that you're looking at right now, that's been extended to Dodge, Lawrence, Telfair, Wheeler, and Wilcox until 5.
Yep.
The one to the north, and it's this is just the National Weather Service, Rochelle and Wilcox County is right in the path of a potentially large tornado, and that's in all caps with an exclamation point. That's from the National Weather Service. So if you live in Rochelle right now, you have to be in your safe spot.
Okay, new wording too from on the one that's in Bleckley County right here. I want to touch on this for a second. This is from National Weather Service. Rotation north of Cochran may have descended below the radar beam. And so that's why the signature, it does not look as good as this one right here, but slightly weaker now, threat still there. That's good news on that. We've seen them fluctuate. Let's still take this very seriously in Bleckley County. This is moving toward western Lawrence County. This is going to be another interstate player here in a little bit, crossing over 16. If you got travel plans through here, do not do it. Matter of fact, as we go through the rest of the afternoon, I would stay off of I-16 anywhere from Trutland to Lawrence County on over to Twiggs, because this is going to be, this one no doubt will probably still come across over the next hour or two, and then this one and within the next 45 minutes or so. No new word on the one. This one by far is the one that concerns us the most. and it's the one that is just south of Rochelle. That new scan ought to come in any minute now, and it's probably going to put it somewhere between Owensboro and Rochelle, right through here. You need to be nowhere outside. This is full-blown center house. We're talking bathtub, mattress, pillows, whatever you've got. Take your cell phone with you. If you have time to grab a helmet, grab a helmet. Cell phone's important. Hopefully you had those charged up, because in the event that something structurally did happen to where you are, you've got that. You can call 911 if you can't get out. You've also still got a way, if you're losing power, we are streaming this on Facebook, on our website, and you can still keep watching this even if your television is gone. Okay, so cell phone, take that with you wherever you go. There's the new scan, guys, and it does put it now passing Rochelle, off to the east here. So it did clip parts of Rochelle. Looks like it's mainly south of town. It did thread right between Owensboro and Rochelle, and this is heading on off northeast. Abbeville, next spot on the train here. And it is fully on into Wilcox County now. So it is still doing that northeast movement. I'm going to do a little check on it, see if our numbers have changed. Sometimes they change a little bit. Let's get in and do some sheer checking. 138 miles an hour. Yeah, so still amazing numbers here coming from this tornado. And we are calling it a tornado. That's what we're talking about. This is not some sort of Doppler indicated. We know what we're dealing with here. Rarely will you hear us say these words or with the kind of passion that we're saying them, because this is the real deal. And it's a long track tornado, could be a very large tornado too. That was the way the day was set up. F2 and greater maybe type tornadoes that could come through. Now let's go back and check on Bleckley County again and see. I'm going to have to put the warning on to find it because the signature is not so great. It is right in there. I can at least get some numbers as far as wind is concerned. We may not get a full-blown gate-to-gate shear there because we're not seeing them next to each other. But we can maybe get some numbers in here. You're looking at 75 plus mile an hour winds coming through there. Again, depending on where it is in relation to the radar, topography-wise too, all of that, it may show up a little bit different. So that tornado warning there, which goes for Bleckley County, that one is until 4:45. No doubt Lawrence County, of course, is in there too. Lawrence, Twiggs, and Wilkinson. So expect that any of these warnings that are out there, it keeps going until it goes out of our area, and probably will keep traveling into East Georgia. You're talking the Augusta market, Savannah. Eventually, this is going to keep going. These things have that much power. Okay, let's see. Amateur operator received call from someone with damage to home 4 miles north of Rebecca on Highway 112. That's where that just came through. Okay, looks like possible double vorticity with the Wilcox storm. Sisters, cannot confirm, but radar suggests it.
And also, there is to re-emphasize, there is a tornado emergency for Wilcox County, which means that there is a tornado on the ground. It is destructive and it is deadly, and you need to be in your shelter right now. This is confirmed on the ground.
Yeah. When you hear tornado emergency, it's no longer we're waiting for somebody to tell us what this is. And I'm really concerned about Rochelle and Abbeville right here. Sheriff Rogers was talking to us, and when he was talking to us, he was sounded like he was in the pits. He was somewhere maybe west of Rochelle, and I'm sure that the emergency management is scrambling right now trying to figure out how to get in there and check these places out. They have to wait for this to get out of the way before they can come in. So all we can do from here to here is just hunker down and wait. And just stay close together and have your cell phone with you and cover yourself with as many things as you can and stay away from windows. And I know it sounds counterintuitive to say if you're in a mobile home and you have nowhere else to go, and I know it's wild, you're literally safer to be in a ditch than you would be inside that mobile home. How many times have we talked about it where you put a Barbie doll in a shoebox and you hit it with a leaf blower? It's a sail, it catches wind. Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, from the National Weather Service, they're saying that the rotation north of Cochran and Bleckley is starting to increase again.
Okay, let's go back and check on that one again. Rochelle, Abbeville, know that we're still checking on you. We're going back to this storm. Again, not showing up a lot on this. Let's try. All right, I'm put it on base velocity here. I'm going to try this one. I can see it a little bit better here now. This is Bleckley County north of Cochran. It's kind of already through the Royal community. Not seeing huge numbers with it, but that doesn't mean anything right now. It could just mean where it's sitting in relation to the radar. And a matter of fact, depending on which radar you're seeing this from, you might see it a little bit better. Our radar is just to the north of this. If you're in the Cary community, that means this is heading in your direction, and you can see it when I put the warning polygon on there. It's generally in this direction, so we're talking about maybe south of Cary, holding together, and then it's going to cross over 16. Once again. Anybody that's on that interstate from Jeffersonville exits all the way down into the Dublin exits, do not be on this stretch of I-16 or on 80, and that definitely applies for later. There's a new tornado warning that's just laid on top. Is that what you were talking about? Is that the extension? They just doubled that polygon up.
That looks.
I don't really see anything in chat.
Yeah, there's nothing in the chat. So it's probably an extension.
All right, so they're probably, what they're doing is they're taking out Cochran, it looks like.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
kind of shrinking that in a little bit
Yeah,
more.
they're just continuing it.
Yep, continues tornado warning, tornado radar indicated. So this is more of a radar indicated. We don't have confirmation on Bleckley County. We would like to have confirmation if we have emerged there. Now that couplet I can see.
Yeah.
There it is right there. It's finally poked its head out where you can see where this is. So this is going to run south of Cary, maybe even parts of Cary on the south side. Let's take the warning polygon off so we can ask it some questions here. Let's take just one of these pixels here. 51 mile an hour gate to gate shear there. So not looking as strong as the one that's to the south. There's 81 though, but it's a kicker. All right, so that could be a tornado right there. More than likely it is, just looking at the way the atmosphere is today. And as we go farther toward the south again, zoom out so we can pick up this one. You can see it on base. It looks better on storm relative velocity. Looks like it's broadened out, unless this is that, you know what, guys, they talked about that double rotation possible.
Yeah,
Let's give Pat's mic if we can.
Yeah, if I may jump in. I know we're focusing on that storm right now, and that rotation has tightened up quite a bit, but this storm that we've been following to the south is about to cross into Abbeville right now.
Okay, guys, your take on this as far as doubled vorticity. We don't see this very often, but in that, are we talking about this, a couplet? That's what they're talking about on there with possible double vorticity.
Possibly.
Which could mean?
With definitely the stronger one being to the south.
Which would probably rob the first one. Sometimes you could have that where that first one just kind of dips around. If you ever saw the movie Twister, you could have what they called sisters in the movie. You could end up having two right there. Let's treat it all as one area. Abbeville, please hunker down. Do not be on 129, 280, or the intersection where all of this comes together. I'm interested to see what that next scan looks like, to see if that is double rotation. I took the warnings off here just for a second so we can do a little checking in. And it's kind of spread out. It's either that double or this thing is broadening out. I would like to think it's broadening out. I'm not getting the big numbers we were getting earlier.
Looks fairly significant on the radar scope, but
see when you go back,
could also be cycling.
I mean, you can clearly see it there, and then now it's kind of doing this thing. So we're going to have to wait for that next scan. But Abbeville, we know that whatever is moving through there is confirmed the tornado on the ground. Heading in your direction. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, so the latest on the tornado warning that is taking place in to the south, that's a confirmed large tornado, still a particularly dangerous situation. It's near Abbeville as we speak, and it's moving northeast at 60 miles per hour, so this thing is just racing towards Dodge County.
And once again, we do have Dodge, parts of Telfair, Wheeler, and Lawrence County included in this now as this goes on off. Lawrence County, again, you got a big county, so you can get touched by a couple of warnings here. On the extreme western side, the one that is leaving Bleckley is about to cross over the interstate. It's not showing up as impressive here, but I want you to treat both of these as though definitely that one around Abbeville, as though they are serious players. Let's go ahead and do a check around the rest of central Georgia. I know people are wanting to know, well, what about where I live? Because it is still storming in spots. We're seeing it from Washington, or Sandersville, Irwinton, all the way down. Heavy rain, thunderstorm action, but not severe. Guys, let me ask you this. Would we be too early in giving an all clear to Macon and Warner Robins, or is that starting to kind of get the feeling that this is starting, the axis is shifting?
Looks like it's shifting east, but people should still be on their toes.
Let's be on our toes, but this is starting to look like to the west of this.
The main line is definitely to the east now.
I don't see anything turning around and going backwards, and I don't see anything coming in. So we may, let me just do a check here, by the way.
And I'll say this, the models have been pretty accurate with this, because if you were watching us over the past 48 hours, it had been showing 4 p.m. seemed to be right at that point, and that's where we're at.
And gone by 5 or 6. We may only have another hour and a half to 2 hours, I'd say 2 hours, to get this through of our area, and then that's it. Mercifully, we're finally done with this weekend, but we've still got some way to go here, because this is some serious stuff that's on the ground. Let's go back in now and do some street spotting. And find it here. First stop, since we just got a new scan. Guys, I don't see much of anything in this one in Bleckley County, but I know it's because it's the proximity to the radar. We're having some trouble with seeing it probably with that. We're kind of getting into a weird zone here. But that is still a tornado warning for Bleckley County, leaving about to cross I-16, moving into western Lawrence County and even southern Wilkinson County. Still the biggest show in town is the one that is moving through. There's the new scan. It's got a very odd signature right now. Let's do some checking in on some of these vectors here. Go, Pat, you got something?
We've got a video of maybe damage to a high school stadium in Cook County. Look at that. Wow.
Wow, that is...
So is this down by...
Oh yeah, you can see all the insulation and everything that's blown into the fence. So this was as it was starting to move more into our area before it got up here.
And we want to tell you, you know, obviously we don't want you to be looking out your window if you're in a tornado warning. But if you know of anything, of reports, if you have any pictures, send them in. Obviously, we want you to be safe. We don't want you to be out and about while these storms are occurring. But definitely go to our Facebook page, Your Take tab on 13WMAZ.com, and we'll look at that. I think we have some pictures from Your Take. Is that correct?
We want to point out the video we were just looking at is from yesterday.
Oh, that was from yesterday.
That's important information, yes. That's from yesterday and not from the stuff that just moved
and that's
through.
Cook County High School. That's on the that's on the west, the east side of Adele, where we saw that that deadly storm go through.
And now we're looking at some pictures submitted by you, the viewers. This was in Macon County. Obviously, yeah, we're seeing some hail associated with these storms as they're traveling towards the north and east.
All right, let's go back to Max 2. This signature is weird, guys. I mean, y'all take a look at it.
Which one are you looking at, Ben? Is
Max 2, if we can take that.
But which storm? The one on the south?
It's the Wilcox in Abbeville. Guys in the booth, there we go. If we can take Max 2, and you can see there with it's almost in 4 quadrants as far as where it's showing up. Let me see if there's anything new in chat about that. Tornado moving into southern Dodge, but showing signs of occluding or weakening. Still powerful enough to regenerate. Okay? So, tornado appears to be just northeast of Abbeville at this time. So, as we said, cycling. This thing's going to go back and forth. What would be great is if this was the ending of this thing and it's falling apart. Right now it is occluding, some of what we're talking about, where everything just starts to catch up and it starts to kind of just wash itself out. Maybe it's weakening some. We'll see how it goes. By no means is this thing safe to be around. Clearly we're looking at a rotation still going on here, and it's moving into southern Dodge County. It may go north of Rhine and kind of it's going over Abbeville and going to kind of do like this, maybe eventually starting to head toward Chauncey if it holds together. Okay, so want to see that next scan as it comes in. Okay, this is still from the Weather Service. They're adding on. Areas from Union to 5 Points in Dodge County need to take shelter immediately if haven't already. So they're still treating this as a very dangerous situation. It's just that the signature, it's still a tornado, all right? So it just could go from maybe it was a large tornado to maybe it's a little weaker one for a little bit, but we're still dealing with a tornado. Pat, go ahead.
To point out that we're not seeing what's on the surface here. We're looking about 3,000 feet up.
in the air because
3,000 feet in
curvature of the earth away from the beam.
Exactly.
Right.
So we may not be seeing what's on the ground exactly. As this kind of just skirts around the outer perimeter of our radar beam. So we still have to treat this, like Ben was just saying, as a tornado on the ground. This is a tornado. It was a tornado emergency for Wilcox County, and now as it continues to move to the east, you still have to treat it as a large and dangerous tornado still on the ground.
Yeah, this thing's going to be cycling.
Right.
So you just gotta pretend it is always going to be on the ground, and be in your safe spot until it pushes through.
Can we take the radar scope radar? And I just want to point something out. Ben, it almost looks like this storm's getting ready to split.
Well, it does, and I wonder if that's what they were talking about with that double vorticity.
I mean, those are like almost identical twins right there.
Well, and we saw that earlier when that line was coming into Albany. It started to split. Well, there's the new scan right there. You can see kind of starting to...
Now, I'm kind of wondering if up towards Pineview, if you start to get some rotation in here like this.
Ooh, go back to Max 2. New scan right here, broader looking. I don't see...
So I wonder if this is the storms maybe splitting or going through some sort of evolution here because the...
It's also turning toward the left.
Yeah.
I believe. Let me see here. Let's see. Let's follow it as it's been going across. Maybe a little bit more toward the north now, which could put it more toward Eastman, probably splitting between Eastman and Chauncey. Now, if this is a broad rotation that is weakening out, wait a minute. Let's ask it some questions here. Let's go in and check on some of these vectors. The gate-to-gate shear is down. Wind speed, the velocity is down. It has broadened out. As it stands right now, it is weaker than it was when it came through Wilcox County. Let me go. We're keeping an eye on that one still. We'll put the warnings back up, and I want to go back and check on Bleckley.
Hey, Ben. Yeah, and we're talking to, and with Bleckley, it looks like the rotation's also getting some pretty disorganized as well.
I don't even see it.
Yeah,
which is good.
That's a good sign. But you're still in the warning. We still want you to be in your safe spot. But right now, it looks like it is weakening, and that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, these are both good signs right now. So we want to keep that trend going, that both of these have definitely come down. Not that Bleckley was ever overly impressive with where it was, but that one that's leaving Abbeville right now still got some punch to it, that's for sure, but there's still some sort of a rotation there. This next scan is going to be very telling when it comes on in.
This could be some good news, but of course, you still have to treat it as, as what it is, tornado warning.
National Weather Service, rotation in Bleckley has become disorganized.
Okay, so
there's the answer to your question, Pat.
So Weather Service, so we had been talking about this supercell since it is a mature supercell. It's been going on for at least an hour now. If it's maybe recycling, so I just asked in our Weather Service chat if maybe this is weakening, and they were saying that it could be recycling because it is a very powerful supercell, and that could actually take a few scans to happen. So we may just be seeing the storm evolve, we may be seeing it recycling, it could be splitting into two potentially strong storms. So
right.
If you're under this tornado warning, you really have to take it for what it is. And they also just added that the best estimation of circulation within that storm
Union
is going to be near Union in Dodge County. So if you live there, please be on your toes. Also, the tornado warning for Bleckley, Lawrence, Twiggs, and Wilkinson, that northern storm, Ben, if you want to show that on the radar.
All right, well, hold on one second. One of my Georgia Power contacts, all of Rochelle and Abbeville have no power.
Okay.
Abbeville and Rochelle are all completely out of power.
All right. Well, that tornado, that
makes sense when a tornado comes through.
Yeah. Bleckley, Lawrence, Twiggs, Wilkinson, that storm to the north, that tornado warning has been expired.
Did they really?
Yes. It's
good
been
news.
So
good news. We'll
there.
take that. So Bleckley into western Lawrence. That one up here has now been expired. Polygon's still there. It'll drop off in a little bit. So that's good news. Good news. Good news. Okay, so that's there. We're dealing now back with the one tornado again, which, as we're looking at, could either be weakening or it could be cycling, meaning it's just going, it's fluctuating from intensity, from being strong to weak, and then sometimes they go back again. But it is definitely taking a turn toward the north.
Yeah.
I can see that, and we talked about that. Instead of staying like this, it has started to kind of go on up like this. So Eastman, let's be prepared just in case. It may be on your south and east side as it comes through, but this one's still got some punch to it. It's broad rotation. I'm assuming we're still going to have
If I had
EF2,
to say
EF3.
low end EF2,
Yeah, so
or high end EF2 rather. So you guys are seeing it here. Some of the damage from you can see the treetops just a mess.
yeah, so we were doing the tornadoes. We had this one here. We just went off that one, and then so we have a confirmed tornado now in Wilcox County.
All right.
So let's read what the Weather Service has to say about that, or what the information was on this one in Wilcox County. Tornado in Owensboro, preliminary report of damage, 4 homes about 4 miles north of Rebecca on Highway 112.
I'm gonna check the chat too, see if there's anything in there.
Nothing new. Well, we need to look at the
Right.
Peachtree City. That's Tallahassee, so that's why we're not seeing anything.
And this potential tornado still in the Abbeville area.
It looks like it's a little north of Abbeville now.
Okay.
Continuing. Going to give it 5 more minutes because it's definitely heading into Pulaski and Dodge County. We are now cutting the tornado watch back. We've just canceled the tornado watch for some of our counties. The only problem is we'll not know which ones those are because we got that huge wind advisory in there.
I'll see if I can take it off.
Okay, so let's see if I can name the ones that are off.
How about that?
Oh, there you go. Look at you. You're like a professional. You could do this for a living.
Hey, who knew?
All right, so there you go. Albany, out of the woods. Camilla, out of the woods. Thomasville, Tifton, Moultrie, all clear. We do have a round of showers coming through, though, Camilla and southern Dougherty County as we speak up through Americus. That's a cold front. We're still holding on the tornado watch east of I-75 until you get down to Lowndes County. We still have Brooks County under a tornado watch that goes until 8 p.m., but we'll most likely whittle that away. We have 5 more minutes. We're going to be on the air for 5 more minutes, and that storm, you just put my back to the camera, but that's because I have this cord. That's one of the no-nos. All right, so we have this storm still we're watching, but the bulk of this is now moving out of Wilcox County into Dodge County. We've got a few more minutes, and Abbeville, the storm, the strongest part of the storm has passed, but we still have this little appendage coming at you. We'll give you 5 more minutes. Again, wait till the storm ends. It should end in about 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes, and then you can venture outside. But please, please
then important to note, we do still have some severe thunderstorm warnings as well. I'll briefly touch on those. Just now, Abbeville's out.
Okay. So let's just touch on the severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we'll take you back.
So we've had some people asking about Lowndes County on the Facebook feed here. Just trying to focus more on the tornado warnings.
Severe thunderstorm warning in Lowndes County up through Lanier County. That goes until 5 p.m. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for all of Atkinson and all of Coffee County. That goes until 5:15 p.m. And I do believe that one in Clinch County is the same. So we have just a few more severe thunderstorm warnings. We still have a tornado watch, but the storms, the real nasty storms are starting to move away from us. If these storms are to re-intensify, we will be breaking back in. We do have a show at 6 o'clock. Remember that?
Yeah, I have to get ready for a show.
And I'm going to go ready to go get in bed.
So, thanks for sticking with us and trusting us. We're doing our best here.
It was as advertised. We most likely have had 2 super destructive tornadoes, at least 2, if not more, in this event. So what we're going to do is send you back to regular scheduled programming. Our crews are out there covering it all. We'll be back at 6 o'clock with the show, or before if we have any tornado warnings. Thank you for joining us, and stay safe out there, South Georgia.
around the Shirley Hills area from one of our viewers.
Okay.
So flooding, of course, being the another issue that we haven't really talked too much about because for the obvious reasons. But
let's take big and we'll put a loop on here. This is we're going back to everybody now, all of Central Georgia, and seeing how things are going. It's you can clearly see where the storms are going now, and everything is raking off toward the east here. So as you get from this line here over, everybody there is in the clear. So the western half, almost western 2/3 of Central Georgia, finally, this severe weather weekend, other than maybe still a passing shower or still maybe a rumble of thunder, appears to be over. We're still some lightning popping back up in Montgomery again. And let's see if we can go to the SAT-RAD on that and see if that's kind of what the models were showing, kind of just one of those little pendulum swing throughs on the back. Go ahead, Pat.
The Rescue Ranch in McRae-Helena saying that the clouds overhead east to the Macon storms around 280, around US 280 seem to be kind of rotating a little bit. So definitely seeing some broad rotation in the clouds around US 280 through McRae-Helena. And also a side note, getting a text from a friend of mine down in Albany, Georgia, saying that significant damage, which is what we were seeing in the Weather Service chat.
Okay, do a new velocity scan. That's velocity, if anything, is there. Man, I'm telling you what, it's hard to pick out now, and that's exactly what you want to hear me say. This is hard to pick out. If it is even there, it has definitely turned north and is heading right into Eastman, but it is not doing a good job of holding together. This is kind of the path it's doing right here. All right, follow that blue line, so watch as I go forward, and you can see it as it's weakening, going up in that general direction there. By no means does it look anything like it was earlier. Yeah. Wilcox County, we know, has taken a direct hit, and it is not good news out of there. We're hearing from our engineer Rad, who is in Cary in Bleckley County. What did he say? Clear in Cary. That's good news there. So that means that no damage, at least in the Cary community. The tornado warning polygon is still up, but that warning is over. Okay, so we're not dealing with that one anymore.
I actually had a viewer tell me that the sun was shining in Cochran before.
Hey, let it rip.
Bright and sunny. Oh, excuse me, bright and sunny in Hawkinsville, not Cochran. Hawkinsville.
Well, I could see that because everything is getting on through there. We're actually, as a matter of fact, let me throw the satellite on there. And the thick clouds are rolling on through, and we maybe are getting some peaks with some sunshine occasionally coming through in some spots. Macon, we can hear it on the roof coming through. Somebody's probably sitting there going, finally, we get to hear about Macon. But it hasn't been severe. There's been no reason to check in. This is one of the last swaths of rain that's going to come through. There still may be another one that we can see, little pieces back in Upson County that are going to come through. But the worst of this is over for a lot of people, but it is not over for Dodge County, Lawrence County, Telfair and Wheeler, or Wilkinson, Washington, Johnson County. We still have that to go to get on through, but it is a much better scene than what it was just a little bit ago. And now we're just assessing the damage in some of these spots. And as we said, if you're just joining us here, not good news out of Wilcox County around the American Legion Road area, maybe just either in downtown Rochelle or just to the south of there and east of there. Appears to have taken a big hit with some houses leveled in those places. So we're checking on all of that now. If we happen to get, and I'm sure he's busy right now, but if we happen to get a chance to talk to Sheriff Rogers again, we should probably do that just to see how things are going. I feel sure they have their hands very full. Eastman, I know you got a lot of lightning, thunder, heavy rain, you got all that jazz going, but it is at least looking a little bit better in your area as far as the tornado situation is concerned. I do see, it almost looks like two little couplets right there, guys. Am I the only one seeing that?
Trying to, yeah. Very broad, yeah, very broad.
So we'll see if one of these wants to spin back up. Half of that, if that is the case, has already passed Eastman. The other is passing on the south and east side. So definitely not dealing with what it was in Wilcox County, but still possibly serious. And once again, we're still in the environment where this stuff can still spin back up. Let me go over to Okay, this is some information for the rest of us. Getting some strong winds on the backside of the strengthening low pressure system. That's pretty much talking about all the places that are already clear. He's talking about mainly Atlanta, Columbus could knock some trees and power lines down there. So the wind they're dealing with in non-thunderstorm winds in North Georgia. No new word from us. Okay, now I see the LSR, the storm report for Wilcox. Is that where we told them that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, and we've canceled out some of the tornado watch counties.
Yes, they're trimming it back.
They're starting to trim it back. All right, so this is going to give us let me zoom out then. This will give us an official all clear for some places here. And this is not, thankfully, this is not us saying, but there's still 2 rounds to go. This is where they're starting to trim out. And you can see this was a big box earlier. I mean, really, this is pretty much clear, but always with caution, go ahead and just kind of slowly do it, just in case something wants to fire up. But you can see how we're starting to trim out. So we're talking about Taylor, Macon counties, Dooley, and Crisp County. You are out of the tornado watch now. And even though these places are pretty much in the clear, you haven't officially been cleared of the tornado watch just yet, but give it time. That will happen in a little bit. Yep. Okay, good. Back on the phone, Sheriff Robert Rogers from EMA. Sir, we have heard some bad news from Wilcox County.
Well, it's not good. We've got significant damage. We got one 18-wheeler that's overturned. It appears that there may have been a tornado touchdown. Significant damage. There's roads impassable, houses with severe damage. Right now, we've got a lot of people out trying to make sure everyone's okay. As of right now, I have not confirmed any injuries, but there's some significant damage.
We've had reports of houses leveled on American Legion Road. Can you speak to that? Or?
Well, right now, one side of American Legion is blocked. I have not got to the other side as of yet. Right now, we're just going. We got fire personnel and volunteers that are checking all the residences. I have not seen houses leveled, but I've seen significant damage so far. I've heard that there's houses leveled.
Have you?
But I have not seen that as of yet.
Okay, so have you been down American Legion Road?
I've been about halfway.
Okay.
I've got to the damage with the down power lines. I could not pass to the other side. I'm heading to the other side now to see what kind of damage we have. But
sounds like you're on
damage that I've seen.
It sounds like you're on the outside edge of where the path came through, and you can't get through where the path was. So you're going to have to go around to the other side.
Yeah.
Well, man, I hate that. We're going, anything we can do to help you out, you let us know, and we're going to have some crews coming in a little bit, and don't let us get in your way, But we definitely, for friends and family and people that have people that live there, know people people want to see that everything's okay, or they want to see, what happened there. Get back in touch, or we'll get back in touch with you, and we so appreciate your time. We know how busy you are there. What would you tell the people that are in southern Wilcox County right now? Because I know that we have power outages in many spots, and clearly we have power lines down. Sheriff? Hello? Nope. We seem to have lost Sheriff Rogers right there. Clearly the man's busy right now, so we'll let him go. The rotation that is in southern, southeast of Eastman appears to be maybe a little bit back.
Yeah, Ben, I was actually watching that storm. It's kind of.
Well, I didn't want that.
Okay. I mean, it doesn't look great. If we want to take, what is it called, radar scope, and we'll show you the kind of. This is what the storm looks like right now. Tornado warning is still up, by the way, for Dodge County, and this storm has gone through quite a bit of cycling here. And this is where we were before, and now it's starting to elongate. So we got to wait to see if it's in a good enough environment with shear. This thing could possibly hook back around, and you could get that hook signature right around this area, moving to the northeast, which is why that warning has not been dropped, likely. So just something to keep in mind. That you're still under a tornado warning in Eastman, and that extends north into Lawrence County, I believe. Yep.
All right, but the good news on this is if we don't get in that environment, and I'm waiting to see what the Peachtree City is going to say. We have literally what looks like 2 different notches trying to get going there in Dodge County, but not really coming into anything. The warning expires in 7 minutes, which would effectively put an end to severe weather coverage because all of a sudden the thing just washed out. But I'm interested to see what's going to happen with this because we do have a couple of wrinkles in here to see if any of this ends up becoming something. But we haven't heard anything yet from Peachtree City. I know they're watching it like a hawk to see if they're going to extend this warning or they're going to let it go. I still see a couple of good little couplets there to the east of Eastman. Not nearly what it was, but I mean, we're seeing something there, one there.
I mean, the environment's still pretty favorable for it, so I wouldn't be surprised if they at least let I think they're going to let the warning run its course, you know?
Right, they're definitely going to let it go to 5.
Yeah.
And this was around the time of day we knew we were going to start getting near the end of this as we go from 5 to 6 o'clock. It's still got to clear out of our eastern counties, but we'll go back to this picture. Yeah, go ahead.
And we do have crews on the way, by the way, to Rochelle. They're on their way as we speak.
Yeah, that's bad news out of there. And as Sheriff Rogers said, you know, he's tried to get around to those spots to see, but he can't get through. He's been down 1/2 of American Legion Road and trying to figure out. So again, I know you know some folks have some friends and family maybe that live in Rochelle and are curious about what's going on. The good, encouraging news now is he knows of no injuries or fatalities there, so that's a good sign. Of course, with homes damaged, I mean, they still got to get in there and check out what's going on. But we're hearing good news on the people front. You know, talking about the stuff can be rebuilt and replaced, but as far as people are concerned, that is really good news so far that we haven't heard anything, and we hope we continue with that good news. The rest of this is still just floating north. If you're north of I-16, you're mainly just seeing garden variety, not garden variety, I mean, we're in a pretty weird atmosphere, but you're seeing thunderstorms that are not severe, is what I'm trying to say. As you go south of 16, it's a different story, but even this is not what it was. But if you do look at the last couple of scans as far as lightning, it does still seems like it's pretty amplified coming across I-16, heading on into southern Lawrence County. So we've got about 5 minutes more to see what's going to happen with that. So to kind of recap you what's been going on, if you didn't see from earlier, I do want to walk you back to watch this tornado that we're talking about. When you see red and green, or in this case even red and yellow, even blue at times,
yeah.
There's the tornado that you can see. If you'll follow this, you can see it as it was coming into southeastern Crisp County into Wilcox, and then has continued its way on off toward the north and east. You can see why we're talking about damage in southern Wilcox, just to the south of Rochelle right here. So this is the part that we're talking about where damage has happened, significant structural damage to houses. We were using the term houses leveled earlier. Chef Rogers has not confirmed that. But we know that power is out from Rochelle to Abbeville, and there are trees and power lines down all through this area, and that they can't fully get in to see it all just yet. But they're working on that now. And this was when the thing was really kicking it right here. As we continued on, and it kept making its way toward the east, around Abbeville, it started to do that weird split-looking thing. We can kill Pat's microphone for a second. That'd be great. Thank you. And then we started to get on off toward the north and east, and now we're dealing with just outside of Eastman with something that is, let's see the last scan, maybe a broad rotation at best. I would be surprised if the Weather Service continues this tornado warning or issues another one. It's hard to even pick out. I mean, clearly we're seeing some shifting winds here. You can see that with the little wrinkles here as you go in with the green and the red, but we're not seeing anything that is just, here's where it is. So we'll watch and see what they do in the next few minutes. I'm going to go on over to the chat room. Right now they're talking about rainfall rates and spots. The good news is this, folks, we're regardless of what happens from here, we're only down to like the last hour of this, and I'm talking about like clipping on out of our eastern counties there as you go from Sandersville on down. So let's do another all clear here for spots. I got all of central Georgia in there. I think we got everybody in there. And what we're going to do is we're going to draw this down. And as if you're looking here, if you were to the west of this line, so the 2/3 of central Georgia is done. That's it. It's over. No more rounds. There goes the weekend. But no more rounds of severe weather. And you're like, man, we made it through all that. Now it's Monday. But here's Washington County, Johnson County, Lawrence County, Dodge, Telfair, Wheeler, Trutland. These are the last stops on the train. You usually are. because most things are moving from west to east. We're still dealing with some rain as we go from Putnam into Hancock, Baldwin, down through Jones into Macon, and then a few other things for Upson and Taylor County. But by and large, what we should see now is clearing as we continue to go on through. The breeze is no doubt going to pick up. It's going to be pretty windy on the backside of all this, but at least it will not be thunderstorm type stuff. So there's the all clear again. If you're to the east of this line, to the right side of this line, the threat is still there, but it appears to be lower. I don't want to say full-blown diminishing. It's lower than what it was, and that's good news. So we've got good news just sitting out there, and we hope that trend continues. I saw a new scan just came in, so I do want to see what the velocity looks like down there. And I don't see anything. So that's good news for Dodge County and Lawrence County. Lawrence County dodging 2 bullets there with 2 storms that were approaching that were tornadic that have fallen apart. Yeah, Matt?
Yeah, just saying, I think this warning's only for what, maybe another 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
Like that.
So obviously, I think if they were still concerned, they would have already extended it. So just waiting for it to say bye.
Right. And here's a wording here actually from... Okay, so this is what I was just talking about that. A brief period, this is kind of an advisory kind of thing, brief period of strong gusty winds behind the strong surface low. And it mentions a lot of our western counties already. So what this means is that after this gets out, it's going to get pretty windy for a little bit, but it is not thunderstorm related. So you're going to get the wind. Why are you getting the wind? Because you've got this massive low pressure system that is spinning around, which at times almost looks tropical. Almost like it could take on the eye there as you go up into the north. So here is the big picture, and this is why you're going to get that kind of wind. Notice the spin of all this, and this is going to continue to kind of tighten up as we go on through. So this punch right, look for the wind to pick up, but in case you were looking going, oh no, here we go again, because I know we've been through 3 rounds of this now. It's not another round. Matt, hit it.
Yeah, the National Weather Service is now saying that they are going to issue a severe thunderstorm warning, which just got issued now for Dodge and Lawrence County. That's till 5:30, and they're still wording it tornado possible. So they're still worried it could try to spin up over the next 30 minutes. But right now, the main threat's going to be damaging winds. It could see as much as 70-mile-per-hour winds as this storm moves pretty rapidly towards the northeast.
Okay, so, and let me check that too. Would they do, okay, just as they've been doing, they're not going to do just a severe thunderstorm warning. It's got the tornado wording in it. So when they say severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible, it means maybe not right now, but possibly something could spin back up. Okay, Weather Service said they just spoke to emergency management in Dodge County. Nothing into him, but he is out looking. Good news for Dodge County. We love hearing that nothing is out there. We're still going to be checking back in with Sheriff Rogers in Wilcox County because that is the spot apparently that took the biggest hit. And we were looking at this when it was coming in as that was going to be one of the main places, our southern counties, and it was looking pretty bleak there for a little while that this was going to hold together and just keep steamrolling through. And we were saying we don't see anything to stand in its way. Well, sometimes these things find a way to wrap themselves up. So we hope that continues to be the case. So there's the severe thunderstorm warning now, which goes until 5:30 with 70-mile-an-hour winds, 3/4-inch hail for Dodge and Lawrence County. So we may not have the tornado threat. That could return. We hope not. But you're definitely going to have a severe thunderstorm threat that is still coming through. So we can't let our guard down in Lawrence County right now. And I still would use the same wording. If you're going to be traveling on I-16, I wouldn't do it. 70-mile-an-hour winds coming across that could maybe be rotating. I wouldn't want to drive in that. So do we have any new damage reports? Yep. Okay, we have a photo from Cochran. And boy, look at the flooding rain that's been coming down out there. Yards flooded. We've seen that a lot over the past few weeks or so.
Yeah, several of these storms.
Oh, we'd love seeing that.
That's beautiful.
You can send those in all day long. That means it's over.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right, here's what we're going to do here now. A possible tornado caused damage at a Putnam County park. Was this from yesterday, guys? Yeah, that was the one from yesterday, including flipping a trailer on its side. Now, people in Oconee Springs Park say the storm, it hit around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. We were on the air when it was going on. Mary Grace Shaw spoke with one woman who says she lost everything.
Within a matter of seconds,
it actually picked our camper up in the air
and just shook it around a little bit and then slammed it down on the ground.
Debbie Allgood says the storm that hit Oconee Springs Park left her trailer a total loss.
When I got here, it was even worse than I thought.
Allgood planned for a weekend at the lake in this trailer with her grandkids until Mother Nature stepped in.
All of the furniture is thrown to one side. In the bedroom, I couldn't really see in the bedroom, but we had a TV in there and it shattered.
Allgood says her grandkids stayed home due to the weather. She was at her primary home in Monroe.
And had we been in there, I don't even know if we'd be here today, actually.
Unlike Allgood, Lonnie Campbell says he was in this trailer when the storm hit.
They picked it up 3 times, picked the trailer up 3 times and slammed it back down.
Through his window, he watched the damage to the rest of the park.
Things flying, it looked like toothpicks being torn apart.
Down you are, you're going to get more of this, but nothing tornadic. And I just looked again on the velocity and I don't see anything rotating. What you got?
Right, if you want to switch it over to Max 1, we're looking at a live Georgia DOT camera. This is in Dublin, right along I-16. So right now they're just getting a lot of heavy rain and some lightning, and this video is going in and out probably because of all the weather that's occurring there with the wind and the rain and lightning and thunder. But one thing that I'm noting that's good, I don't see many vehicles on the interstate. So that's promising. It's good that people are taking heed and listening to these warnings and staying home, trying to avoid travel. Definitely don't want to be out on I-16 at this point with all the heavy rain, lightning. And of course, there's no tornado with this, but they are saying it's potential just because it could spin up into something. So we'll continue to watch this.
Hey, thank you, Matt. Brian, I heard what you said. I want to do that in reverse order right now if we can, because we're talking about with all the wind and all the damage that we've seen over this weekend, and as we were going through yesterday afternoon, it was rough and tumble. We're continuing coverage about this. Warner Robins Walmart was hit by Saturday's heavy winds and rain. We were talking about in Booth Road. Chelsea Bimefor took a look at the aftermath and even spoke to an employee who was inside the building when the storm hit.
Normally, these 2 Walmart employees are inside helping customers, but today they're outside helping direct traffic after a possible tornado tore through Warner Robins Saturday afternoon, causing damage and shutting down the store located on Booth Road.
Somebody yelled, "It's a tornado," so we prayed.
Karen Tiraboski is a cashier at the Walmart and was inside the building when the storm began tearing off the roof.
Sitting there, we look up and the ceiling tile-like squares come kind of flying across the room, and it scared all of us.
A viewer sent us this video that shows the chaos inside the Walmart as rain came pouring in. Shelves and merchandise were knocked around the store.
I'm sure the shelves were easy to turn over when they got wet because the water was coming in pretty fast.
But Sunday afternoon, it was a different scene out here at the Walmart with not a customer in sight. Instead, only cleanup crews.
I'm just so thankful that the building is not totally destroyed and all the people got out safe.
In Warner Robins, Chelsea Bimefor, 13 WMAZ, Eyewitness News.
Man, that is some amazing stuff. That video, every time I see it, I get chills seeing that. Walmart Representative Charles Krausen said this afternoon the crews are inside Walmart today assessing the losses as well as the safety of the building. He says they're working as quickly as possible to develop a timeline when the store will be reopened and employees will be temporarily placed in other stores. Clearly they have their hands full with that, so that's one of those that could have been worse, but clearly it was bad. The Booth Road Walmart wasn't the only building to have damage in Warner Robins, as a matter of fact. Here is the scene along Maxwell Drive off Wellborn Road. The roof of this house blown off into the front yard and across the road. Trees uprooted and wind blew large limbs down out of the trees. You can see this all over the place. Billy Dixon says everything happened so fast.
I was standing at the kitchen door and I didn't hear nothing, I just seen it all come off the house. And I never did hear a tornado siren or nothing.
Got to be frightening to see all that just fly off the roof like that. Several subdivisions around the Booth Road Walmart were damaged, but here's the good news, no reports of injuries. And that is still the case even with today's storms. We have gotten no reports of injuries. We are concerned about Wilcox County especially, where we know that there is significant damage to Rochelle and south of there, so we're going to try to get back with you on that. Right now, again, just to touch base on the current severe thunderstorm warning that continues to cross over I-16. It's heading toward the northeast here. It does include Lawrence County. We are not in a tornado situation right now. Matt, I trust you're looking at velocity over there.
Yeah, there's still no really sign of any kind of rotation. If there is, it's very broad. So this is just a severe storm that's going to produce 60, maybe as high as 70-mile-per-hour winds, maybe some penny-sized hail. I've been looking at the core. I haven't seen a lot of that, so that's good news. But yeah, definitely going to have a lot of lightning, heavy rain, and damaging winds, of course, is the main threat, and that's why they issued that warning.
Brian, I see a story about Washington County. Are we about to do that? Or okay, all right, okay. So we're talking about with some of the storms, you know, that we've been seeing this weekend. According to neighbors, a Washington County woman survived after yesterday's storm flipped her mobile home with her still inside. Madison Cavalcari spoke to the man, one man who says he was first on the scene to help the woman to safety.
I had tears in my eyes because it was sad.
For people at the Rolling Acres Estates in Washington County,
picked her house up, flipped it 2 or 3 times.
Saturday's severe storm was straight out of a disaster movie.
It looks like the old nuclear test films when you see a building just get obliterated and fly one direction.
Hylos Barrett was the first on the scene after watching his neighbor's mobile home flip. His neighbor, a woman in her 50s, still inside.
But she had stood up on her own somehow and crawled over the little section of debris that was in the way.
Wet, shaken, and scared, but Barrett says it looked like she escaped serious injury. He helped her inside his home to wait for an ambulance.
So we're going to try to find any little thing we can to help her.
Sunday, neighbors lent helping hands, salvaging what was left behind by the storm.
God was with her, yes. She's blessed, and I'm going to find out where she at and go see how she doing.
Other neighbors say the woman is out of the hospital with her mother and doing okay.
It's just a blessing that the lady is alive, and I'm thankful that she is.
They say all of this debris, just stuff.
Pictures, clothing, shoes, pots.
That can be replaced.
Whatever we can save.
As for this woman's life,
there's a reason she's still here, so I hope she figures out what it is, because she shouldn't be.
Well, these neighbors call that a miracle. In Washington County,
and it was awful.
Madison Cavalcari, 13 WMAZ, Eyewitness News.
Wow. You look at that and you think somebody shouldn't have survived that. That's what that man was talking about. It shouldn't be here, meaning how do you survive something like that? That is amazing, and that's great stuff. Great news right there, and we've had good news like that all over the place, that no injuries, and we hope that continues to be the case. So, as a matter of fact, here's some good news for you. We like pictures seeing like this. When you see these, that means it's over, folks, and we're not completely done in Central Georgia, but we're seeing one of the pictures here. Cassie Hill, thank you for that. Look at this one right here in Cary. That's in Bleckley County. That's a beautiful picture. This is all just in the past few minutes here as the storms are moving on through. There's that little reminder that it's going to be okay right there, as you can see the rainbows. And this one is Crispin Wilcox. Crystal, thank you very much for this. Came out of the closet and saw this. Praise God, she says right there. So beautiful rainbow pictures after a stormy weekend. And again, we still have these that are out there rolling through. More coverage of the severe storms in Central Georgia over this weekend. We'll do it after this break.
I-75.
Which was a severe thunderstorm warning, but now is starting to show signs of weakening. Come to the Savannah area. Already some lighter rain has started to push very quickly into Chatham County. Some of this may not be even making it to the ground. So you may be downtown going, hey, where's the rain? It certainly looks like it's going to pour, and it will shortly, but these showers have pushed in, and I think this may be elevated, so you may not be seeing any rain just yet. This shower off the coast of Tybee is staying away. That's not an issue. Hilton Head, you look fine. 278 over to 95. Don't drive south on 95, though. You'll come through some of the heavier rains. Driving north, you'll be ahead of it. You should be fine there. Driving west on 16, look just north of Bridgeton. This is some very heavy weather that's headed and increasing, starting to increase as it heads into Effingham County. But again, there are no warnings currently with that just yet. Here's our first alert radar network, and here's where we get the real sense of some of the intricacies of what's going on with these particular storms. I'm not really sure why I got that, but I did want to take you down and look at some of the radars and show you exactly how these are turning and the lightning that's associated with some of these cells. Again, the Hazelhurst cells over to Glenville, down to Jessup, this general area, Tattnall, Evans County, the Claxton area over toward Metter, and then following the line down now east of Douglas. Douglas, earlier you had some incredibly heavy rain and gusty winds right over the top of you. Hope everybody's there down there okay, and the blueberries are okay. That's always a concern. But as you get farther and farther away, you get the sense that there's a real sense of how things are moving quickly off to the north and east, in some cases as much as 70 miles an hour. Let me track this one particular cell right here and show you that if it holds together, it's going to head toward the Allendale area pretty quickly. In fact, as it goes that way, it may in fact hold together and bring you continuing chances of showers and thunderstorms. So we're going to watch that very, very carefully. Again, from our storm tracker, you see the showers that are trying to form now. From our first alert radar network, you see the showers that have formed. This is the main event line, and it slowed down for a little bit while I was in West Georgia, got to I-75, and now it looks like it's picked up speed just a little bit because perhaps it's weakening just a bit. This was a tornadic cell earlier over McRae and Eastman back toward Abbeville. That's now crossed I-16. Looks like it's lost a little bit of its punch. These cells, however, farther to the south have not lost their punch, that's for sure. Jamie Erdel's probably going to take a look at those pretty carefully because they continue to present some problems for us. I can zoom in pretty quickly and show you exactly what's going on here with these particular cells. You've got the Jessup area on the right. You've got Waycross, Blackshear over here. These folks in Alma are starting to see some real heavy rainfall. Baxley just had one little band of showers earlier. That's continuing to push off toward the Glenville area where rain is really starting to pick up. But the back edge of this line, that's where it's really starting to get a push because there's a dry push. If you're familiar with weather on the plains, we often talk about dry lines, areas of heavier, drier air that can push moisture along, many times creating very dangerous thunderstorms that include tornadoes. This is kind of the same characteristic as we often see there. Look, let me step back a little bit. Do you see the tornado watches have expired over here? Tifton County, and if I took you all the way back to Alabama, that's now clear. That's no longer a story. It is still a story for us, though, as we watch the tornado watches in our part of the world. Hinesville, Pembroke, you're starting to see some of those showers indeed. And again, Chatham County proper, there's very little moisture here as well. What we saw earlier in the storm tracker, that was very elevated. Jamie, just a couple of showers here along Okatee and headed up Port Wentworth along the Georgia Ports Authority, for example.
Absolutely, and I just got finished talking to a woman who said, how much longer should I be concerned for Appling County? And I tried to give her a time frame, 5 to 9, and she said, I just wanted to know because my home was destroyed this morning. And we're scrolling through some pictures now from our friends from mybaxley.com, and the headline reads, if you go to their website, if you're familiar with mybaxley.com, we've been friends with these guys for a long time, sharing information and helping each other. Say a tornado ripped through Appling, and the National Weather Service won't confirm that. They have not had a team come from Jacksonville to survey the damage. At this point, I'm going to say they're going to say it was, and they're just going to give it a rating. We've got power lines down, trees snapped in half. Not to say that some of the damage wasn't straight line winds. There was a warning this morning when Dave was on the air, and he stayed with this warning throughout the morning hours. So hopefully, and I know for a fact that nobody, I don't think, was seriously injured. We have not heard of any reports of injuries in Appling County, but trees uprooted, straight line winds very much possible, maybe even a microburst. I didn't go back and look at the signature of the storm, but a tornado can't be ruled out, and a lot of people saying it was. This was in the very, very early morning hours before the sun came up, and just picture after picture of damage. Once we started getting the storm reports and we knew it was safe to head to Appling County after the lull in the activity, our very own Dal Kennedy went down there and checked it out.
Macy Lauren and I continue to find more damage here in Appling County, specifically on Zor Road. Take a look behind me. This is Zor Methodist Church, the building more than a century old. The steeple at the top, you see some damage up there and a few pieces of the siding that are taken down. But then look behind me, all the trees that are down in this front yard. Hardly a tree standing, none of them hitting the church miraculously. The church, very little damage, but you can see all the trees that are down. We're still checking on more reports of water over the roadways, trees down on power lines. Folks are still without power. They're still urging folks to stay off the roadway, especially with more bad weather throughout the afternoon and evening. They're urging folks to stay home. Take a look at the pictures on Facebook, on WTOC.com. We'll bring them to you on TV. Stay off the roadway. They don't need sightseers out in these areas. Just stay home, stay safe, and we'll bring you all the latest information. In Appling County, Dal Kennedy, WTOC News.
Thank you, Dal. Great advice. Please stay off the road. Watch out for fake news, please. Folks are sometimes putting up pictures that are just not necessarily the truth of what's going on with some of our developing storms. Well, with those storms out there right now, it's really important that you make sure you have the most accurate information. So what I'm going to show you right now is what's going on. Whoop, I went too far there. What I'm going to show you right now is the severe thunderstorm warnings that are continuing in effect for a lot of areas that are really starting to get impounded by some heavy rainfall. Not so much the Savannah area. That's not really the problem. The leading edge of the rain has now worked its way east of 301. It's now working its way across the Ogeechee River, and the Ogeechee River continues under river flood warning. That's in effect until 10 o'clock this evening. No, it's this part of our map. This is the radar part that's really starting to get active and really starting to become a problem. I'll take all the radars off and let you see exactly where all the alerts are at this point. And all these alerts are continuing to be issued very quickly. Now, not one of them is a tornado warning. All of these are severe thunderstorm warnings, including Lawrence County and Dublin, including south of Hazelhurst, east now of Douglas, but including a piece of Coffee County, over toward Appling County. Again, Jessup is starting to see some things. My Baxley may have more pictures to share with us, and I certainly hope that's not the case because we don't want any more damage there. But all these storms are headed toward the Glenville area, Reedsville, toward Claxton, toward Pembroke, toward Brooklet, toward Statesboro. These storms will hold together. They will continue to push up to the north and east pretty quickly and bring in some damaging weather. So let's go back to the radar real quickly. And as we look at the radar, I'll show you exactly what's going on. These storms are really starting to stack up, vertically stack up. So they have some height. and it wouldn't be out of the question that they could possibly suddenly generate a tornado. So that's why we're going to keep real close watch on some of these storms. As we zoom in just a little bit closer, I'll zoom over here, for example. Let's see what that's doing. And look at the heavy rain between Pearson and Waycross and the incredibly vivid lightning. When you see a lightning signature like that, that means there's very cold air aloft. That's probably where the jetlet is that's pushing this system along. And as it pushes it along, it will continue to energize the storm and give it more and more opportunities to create more damaging weather. So if you're under this particular cluster, you need to pay attention if you're anywhere in any of these towns. And those include Glenville, Doctortown, also the town of Baxley. I'm afraid Baxley's going to have to look again to see if Dixie Union, Baxley, 5:51 is the time there on this particular cluster. 16,000 lightning strikes. 1,600, that's better. 16,000 would be pretty amazing. 1,600 is awful incredible. Jamie just reports 1,600 lightning strikes from this cluster of cells right there. And now you've got a track on when to expect those cells as they continue to move farther and farther to the north and east. Looping the activity, you'll see how the cells are continuing to move off to the northeast. So our friends in Alma, if you're over in Patterson, Baxley's now starting to get some of that activity into Glenville. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, meaning damaging gusty winds, meaning vivid lightning, meaning more locally heavy rainfall that's really causing some flooding. Marcy and Dow Kennedy out in our western suburbs, western counties today, watching some incredible flooding stories, water that's just coming over roadways because of some of these cells that are continuing to march along. And if you're just joining us, we're going to try to get out of the way before the football game, that's for sure, but we do want you to know this is the, quote, main event. This is the last string of storms that we think are going to come across the area. We don't think there will be anything else behind this. There's going to be some wraparound showers that we may see first thing in the morning. But once we get done with this, and already the tornado watch has been canceled farther to the west, once this continues to move on through, looks like we'll be done for the night. But it's the high probability of locally heavy showers and thunderstorms, including damaging winds for Patterson, for Waycross, for Alma, for Denton, headed to the Baxley area. I'm surprised this hasn't been extended yet. Jessup area and Wayne County, that will extend over toward Hinesville through Long and Liberty counties as well. Say it again, Priya. Well, I thought she was talking to me. Okay, then we'll watch these and continue to watch them very, very carefully. Here's our chance while we're also here, I can hear you very well. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Toss to Tasia. Oh, I'd be happy to talk. Hi, Tasia. I hope you're all right this evening.
Hi, John. Yes, I'm here in Port Wentworth, kind of waiting on this storm to see as it comes through. I've been here for about an hour now, and the winds have definitely started to pick up. The clouds moving in very swiftly, and it's getting very dark out here. I'm going to step outside of the camera for 2 seconds to see if you can see the clouds that I am seeing here. Just very dark, moving in, kind of looking a little scary here. All over here you can see those clouds as they are moving in. That is what I have been watching out here. On my way over here near the ports, I saw some power crews that were restoring some power that was out on Main Street. So they are here. It seems like they are on standby as well as this storm rolls through. I'm going to continue to watch. No rain as of yet. I did feel a drop or two, but no rain just yet. But the flag here where I'm at, the wind's just really whipping it. And as we watch these clouds get really dark, I'll be sure to be here to bring you the latest here in our area. Reporting live in Port Wentworth, Tasha Reed, WTOC News.
Thank you, Tasia. And right now, I do want to talk about the severity of these warnings once they pop. And hopefully we get enough lead time to get you the warning out, to get to where you need to go for your plan. I've been talking to a lot of people on Facebook once again. Nobody's really called, but they've been Facebook messaging me and asking me, where do I go? I don't know where to go. I don't have a plan. Well, right now, since we have some time, since we're not under any warned storms, we do have severe thunderstorm warnings, but no tornado warnings out there. The watch is your time to get to going, because this is what could happen if you don't have a plan. Let's take a look at that Adele video a little bit. And I say Adele, I think it's Adele. So pardon me if you know somebody from there, but we are looking at the scope of damage across Cook County, I think Colquitt County, Brooks County, maybe even Whitman County, but this is specifically in Adel. Those are people's homes. That siding just ripped off of, I'm going to say a couple of mobile homes. I don't know if it was a park. I know a couple of homes were damaged. There was a building where people were trapped, and 11 confirmed deaths from the storms in southwest Georgia. And we put an alert out about that, and it's not necessarily to scare anyone. This has really come to fruition. We said that this was going to be a potentially dangerous storm. We're under a high risk. All of southwest Georgia and southeast Georgia were under a high risk, and it came to fruition from them. So why wouldn't we be on TV for anybody out there who has any questions? Why wouldn't we be on TV here for you and online? I want to toss to Dal because he's live in Appling County right now. He finally has service out there. He was having some issues with getting some service from our mobile, what we call a backpack. We used to have the big trucks, the live trucks. Well, now it's all connected by phone. So Dal, hey, how you doing out there? I see that it's raining. How you doing?
It is starting to rain heavy, Jamie. I'm at Appling County High School, where the county opened up a shelter this afternoon. We've got about 15 to 20 people who have come here. Some of them may have seen some damage to their home, but many of them came here as a precaution. They're worried about, living in a mobile home. They may be worried about the winds of the storm we're talking about that is headed this way. So many of them have come here as a precaution. This storm is starting to build here. We're going to let you know what's going on as it comes through this area here in Appling County. Live in Baxley, Dal Kennedy, WTOC News.
Thanks, Dal. And Appling County has just gone under tornado warning. Appling, Ware, Pierce, and who am I missing there? And say it again.
I think it's Eccles.
Eccles County? Okay, it's this right here. Bacon, that was the one I missed. Bacon, thank you. It's a tornado warning that's just now been issued. It's in effect until 6 o'clock. It's this particular cell right here, and there it is. And let me see if I can get some information on it for you. Come over here. It's in effect until 6 o'clock this evening, and it's in effect for Appling, portions of Appling County. It's also in effect for Bacon and for other counties, Ware County in that area, and Pierce County, so we need to pay attention there. I'm the guy who wrote it down, and I couldn't remember any of those details suddenly. Let me get a closer look for you so you can see exactly what counties. Now, we talked about the fact that it wouldn't take much for one of these severe thunderstorm warnings to suddenly just pop into a tornado warning, and that's exactly what has occurred. Here's the important thing to note. If this holds together, it will follow in the debris of this earlier severe thunderstorm, and that will help it intensify as well. But the areas that we're talking about are areas that are going to continue to be under the gun, so to speak, and I'm getting closer and closer and farther away from where I want to be. So let me zoom back out before I get too far away and get you back to where that tornado warning was located. And that tornado warning is in effect until 6 o'clock this evening. Town of Bristol, you're a part of that as well. Bristol needs to pay attention. It's just north of Waycross. It'll be just south of Alma. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect earlier for Jessup, that is now gone, so there's no concern there. But we do want to show you the radar and how the lightning strikes have been associated with this. Look at that cluster. This is the same cluster that Jamie reported on a moment ago with 1,600 strikes in a 15-minute period. Incredibly vivid lightning. This is a very strong storm. I'll bet there are 40, 50 mile an hour winds for sure that are gusting through here. So the tornado and rotation that's now been made it to the surface, once the rotation is up in the air, it's a funnel cloud. Once the funnel cloud gets to the ground, it becomes known as a tornado. And towns that are in the path of this storm are really going to have to stay alert because this is moving at an incredible 65 miles an hour. So from this lead or center point, if you take it up toward Glenville, toward Hinesville, toward Jessup, you see some of the communities that are included in this particular list. Rockingham, Jessup, Glenville, Lyons also included. And look at the time that this storm is expected. This is a tornado warning that's in effect until 7 o'clock this evening. Let's also see if we can try to get a look at the velocity. That's the way that we get a sense of where the winds may be looping or rotating around. When you see the couplets, the red and the black, and boy, we've got a whole line here of potential couplets. Not uncommon with supercell thunderstorms, that's for sure. I would guess this one right here is the one that probably has the greatest intensity at this point, and that's just to the west of Waycross, and will continue to move in that general direction. Let me zoom in just a little bit closer and see if I can give you some other towns that are just near that area. We're talking Bristol, we're talking Dixie Union. It looks like it may stay north of Blackshear, but you're feeling the outflow boundary of that, that's for sure. Manor had some gusty winds earlier. There's still a nice little coupling right there as well in the back of this particular storm. Jamie? Okay, that's what I was going to ask. Are we at the Jacksonville radar? You can tell that because the arc of the radar scope, and that means the radar's down to the southeast, and that would be Jacksonville, giving us a better look perhaps. Can you switch back to the Charleston radar real quickly, Jamie, if you don't mind?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, there you go. From Dixie Union back over to Manor, that kind of repositions where those couplings are, taking the strength of the Jacksonville picture, now taking the Charleston picture, we get a pretty good idea that those couplings are probably right about there and are continuing to work their way very quickly toward the Bristol area. Again, the big concern here is damaging winds in excess of 60 miles an hour. We're also looking at very vivid lightning that continues across the area, really starting to give some problem. This is the coefficient looking at the possibility of some debris. Every time you see these blue squares, those are digitized areas where there might be some debris up in the air, especially here just southeast of Blackshear. I bet that's probably not the case there, but those may be because they're right along the line where we were seeing some of the greatest wind rotation. Well, as all these continue to push very quickly through the area, now we're starting to see that longer line that we saw in the velocity. That's an indication it's more of a straight line wind that's pushing through here with the actual rotation cell perhaps back here in the back, and that's where the tornado warning has started, and that's where the tornado warning continues to push off to the north and east. Tornado warning continues in effect. This includes, now I've forgotten the list again of counties. Jamie, can you help me out real quick? Appling, Bacon.
Clinch, Pierce, Ware.
Clinch, Pierce. Oh, I didn't mention Clinch earlier.
Well, because that's the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me tell you what the tornado warning is for Appling, Pierce, Bacon, and Ware. That's it. Perfect. And that's what this cluster is. This is the most severe weather that we're looking at right now in the main event of this storm that has been impacting our weekend so dramatically. This is the area that we're seeing the most dangerous weather. And will this dangerous weather impact you? Now's the time to try and answer that question as we open up the camera here just a little bit and see if I can get out a little bit farther and give you a sense of where you might be or where most of the population is.
On this morning until 6 o'clock, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. So Bacon County, Ware, Pierce, Appling counties until 6 o'clock. If we take a look at where this rotation is right now, kind of right in here, and draw a track from that point and kind of see if there is a tornado in here where the potential tornado would be tracking. Bristol around 552. Screven around 606. So like I said, Screven, you're not in that warning right now, but if this holds together, it could be coming your way. Now, the overall line is in the area. That final batch of storms that we've been concerned about now all day long has arrived. So this is the first tornado warning we have seen since that one that moved through Albany a little bit earlier. Here's that final line of storms that's moving through. Fortunately, Waycross, as this passes over you, you will probably see the back edge of the line come through, and you will start to see some big improvements in terms of the potential for severe weather. This stretches down towards portions of the Florida Panhandle into I-75 and is continuing to track quickly to the east. Take a look at what happens here over the next couple of hours. This is around 6:30, just about an hour from now, and the main line will be approaching I-95 potentially at that point. And one thing we've seen is this model has been a little bit slow, so it's possible that this could move through even quicker. But by about 7:30, it should be east of I-95 up into the Beaufort, Hampton area, so moving more up into the low country by 7:30. By 9 o'clock, it's all done. But we mentioned earlier, we could have some 30, 40 mile per hour wind gusts on the backside bringing in the drier air, and that could be enough to bring trees down. Chris was saying a little bit earlier, we haven't seen winds like this, widespread 30, 40, 50 mile per hour winds since Hermine. Or since Hurricane Matthew, I should say. And we saw in Hermine when the heavy rain came to an end and the wind started gusting, even as the drier air came in, we saw trees coming down. That's something else we're going to have to be concerned about, even after that line moves through, Chris.
That's right. I mean, you know, this has been such a powerful storm system, and we normally don't see something this storm, especially this time of year. So as we switch over and take a look here, the line of storms that is now moving in from the southwest and pushing off to the northeast, you are going to see heavy rain, all the lightning, the possibility of damaging winds, and the possibility of isolated tornadoes. So look at all of this that's happening at the moment. So from basically Bullitt County all the way right over I-16, all the way down.
And then they come around and they're pointed another way, and then some other debris behind that is pointed back a third direction. Now, some kind of rotation, that tends to be tornado damage. That's how investigators start their investigations. And now with clones, it makes it a little easier to see the overall picture. Here's that rotation that's still in place that we're watching, our exclusive WTOC storm tracker with lots of wind damage being reported in a lot of locations. Let's not forget to mention this. North of Brunswick in the Darien area, over by the Townsend area, over by Vidalia, south of the Waycross area, and back here there's still some damaging wind. Got Baxley, and this rotation is pushing off to the Glenville area. Tornado warning that continues in effect until 6 o'clock tonight. Let's come back to Chatham County real quickly. There are no warnings here. Hilton Head, Laurel Bay, you're all looking fine for this evening, but I want to point out that we're now seeing some of this heavier rain come back into the area. If you're at Fort Stewart and Hinesville, coming up US 17 toward Richmond Hill, you're starting to see some heavier rains with lots of lightning associated with some of these particular cells. There are no warnings on any of these cells, but be prepared for some very heavy rainfall. And with the record-setting rain that we already got today, officially in Savannah, 3.65 inches of rain recorded already, and there's more that go into the rain bucket here before midnight tonight. You can see that heavier rain pushing its way in. Heads up Effingham County, just passing the Guyton area, State Route 30 over toward the Rincon area. We'll watch that Rincon north, of course. Springfield starting to see some more moderate rain and up into the Newington area. Again, none of this is under warning, though that Hinesville cluster looks pretty mean there, Jamie Ertl. That may be something we'd have to pay attention to. From this angle, though, you can get a better sense of exactly where that rain is located. And now, Jamie, it's starting to work into the Pooler area. That's going to be heads up for you folks on Pooler Parkway.
Absolutely, and we're going to take a view out of our tower cam, our Franklin Chevy tower cam. So we're looking west out toward I-16 if we pan over just a little bit. And right now we are looking back to the west, looking down I-16 toward the Pooler area. Very dark, but earlier I want to tell you that there it is. Okay, cool. So yes, now you're talking. See that thin line of dots right there? That's I-16, and you're seeing it start to bubble, okay? So you've got a layer above and a layer below bubbling, and they're mixing in the atmosphere. When we're talking about heat of the day helping, I was trying to explain it to some of, actually one of Don Lagana's friends who texted me. She said, oh, it's sunny at my house. Can I take my twins out? And I said, no, you can for a little bit, but just make sure that, you know, you don't do it for an extended amount of time. What happens when we get hot? Heat rises. So you get columns of warm, moist air. You get a front coming through like we're watching now. It tilts and then it starts to twist, and then you get funnel clouds and twisting in the atmosphere. So basically I just kind of broke it down. There's a little bit more explanation out there for you, but for everyone who was out maybe in the Pooler area trying to celebrate watching the AFC or the NFC championship game, I'd go home right now unless you want to be there for a long time and be in there in a restaurant or wherever without anybody that maybe you may not know. So at any rate, let's take a look at the airport Skycam because okay, you don't have the airport Skycam. So okay, cool. So let's do a tour of that, John. Okay. Look at how fast the sky is moving. You've got some bubbling up. You've got some flat clouds there. You've got all sorts of different cloud formations and some low-hanging clouds, some scud clouds. I know a lot of you yes, so there you go. And some lightning now in the Chatham County area. Not as impressive as it is to the south of us, but we are continuing to watch it stream into the Chatham County area. We are under a tornado watch. We are not under a tornado warning in Chatham County. I'm sure the tower is watching these clouds roll quickly past and wondering, oh, what's going on out here? They have their own meteorologists at the airport, so they're all good. But we're looking at a very angry sky right now. John, I'm going to take over the sky cams and sure. Choose one and show you I'm going to pull up Beaufort if we can, guys, in the back. Let's do Beaufort Memorial. I don't have control of it here. So I want to let you know, I don't want to leave out the low country. You are in the tornado watch. And right now the Woods Memorial Bridge, the Beaufort Memorial Skycam is not working right now, excuse me. We could, all right, let's take downtown. So right now, downtown Skycam showing those ominous clouds and very dark, not well-defined clouds unless we want to tilt up and maybe see some movement. But we are continuing to watch there you go. So so that's, I want to say bubble and pop. Oh, there you go. Keep zooming out, Priya. That's really, really impressive cloud formations right there. And I actually just got a picture from somebody who was crossing the Broad River Bridge, and she shared a picture with me, and I have to get that into the system, but it was an amazing cloud formation. Cooler air, warmer air. It's been coming in out of the south. It's been coming in from the southwest. It's been coming in off the Atlantic. We had a storm system roll in from the west this morning. That's what caused our severe weather, the alert to go off that maybe woke you up in Chatham County in the Pooler area, the tornado warnings, the sirens did go off. We had warnings to the south of us as well. So we've had it streaming in from the west. Now it's coming in from the southwest. That is a picture of a wedge cloud, a wedge funnel cloud, a wedge tornado. Because it's just kind of wedged into the ground, kind of like a stake, and you only see about 3/4 of it sticking out of the top of the ground. So that's why they call it a wedge tornado. That's the one that touched down in Albany. It came from the National Weather Service out of Jacksonville's Facebook page. I don't know who shared it to them. I don't know if they took that, but an amazing and some of the clouds out there, so close to the ground here. Not tornadoes. We don't have any warnings out here, but still, that could be construed as maybe a cloud. But that is a wedge tornado. John?
That's what that looks like, just right out of the textbook. And those are a rarity here in Georgia. We don't normally see the wedges that you might have seen in the movie Twister, for example, or what Moore, Oklahoma has seen a couple of times. Wedges are very rare in this part of the world simply because the influence of the Atlantic and the Gulf tend to knock tornadoes down. They become smaller. They become more rope-like tornadoes. Often they become surrounded by rain and are very difficult to see. Our First Alert radar network is very busy busy now. This is, quote, the main event. Over on the box to the right, you're looking at the downtown sky cam. You will see flashes of lightning from time to time. There was one right there, right up the Savannah River Valley. You watch that. Well, I'm pointing out as the showers continue to move into our area, watch them moving across the area too. They're going to continue to develop with locally heavy rainfall and briefly gusty winds in a lot of locations. Most of the rain that we're seeing so far in this area has not been severe. I got to tell you though, if you're caught under one of these thunderstorms with all the very vivid lightning with the locally heavy rainfall, you certainly think it may be severe. Let me see if I can also put up alerts here real quickly for you while you're watching on the right side of your screen the picture from our sky cam. Nope, I'm going to have to move over here, and I can do that real quickly for you. Move over here and touch the button on the alerts and see if I can get those alerts to drop down. And there are the current warnings that we have at this point. Again, nothing here across the Savannah area, but if you look over to the camera, I'm going to move the map just a little bit if I can. I have to reach under that logo to get that done, and I can do that. Jamie, can you help me on Max 1 and see if you can move those warnings up here into the picture frame for me just a little bit?
Absolutely.
And there, oh, well now, shoot, I wanted to keep that other picture. Here's what's left of that tornado warning. This is what I wanted you to see. Here's what's left of that tornado warning that's in effect until 6 o'clock this evening. Thank you, dear. And Waynesville, Jessup, you're in the yellow, severe thunderstorm watch there. Thank you. Back to the picture downtown over my shoulder to the right side of your screen. But here's, in fact, the tornado warning that's continuing. And this is racing off pretty quickly. We showed you the timeline earlier on this particular cell. That's going to continue to race very fast. It's not likely to slow down. In fact, as it weakens, as it collapses, it's likely to pick up speed even more, which makes it real threat for Jessup, for Hinesville, and perhaps as far north as Richmond Hill. Here's where some of that precipitation continues to be working across the area. See the communities that are still under the gun, seeing some of this locally heavy rainfall, and some of this rain is going to continue to push in this direction. Savannah behind me, but the rain now is starting to work along 208, for example, through Pembroke, through Black Creek, over toward Bloomingdale. You're seeing some of those showers. And as they're moving the sky cam on the right side of the picture, you're going to see more and more of those showers coming your way. That picture is now looking almost due west right into these radar returns. This is a great combination of those two features. Let me go one more step here and see if I can show you this. Remember the yellow boxes, that's all severe or tornado watch, and we're all under watch until 10 o'clock. But notice counties back to our west have been trimmed off of the watch box, are no longer in the watch. So we think this is the main event. Once we get this main event through, and quite frankly, in retrospect, this main event may not be as impressive as the storms we saw this morning or the storms that Cutter and Jamie brought you yesterday afternoon. Both of those were very active events. But this is the line that's associated with the actual cold front that's going to push all this activity through, and the line of showers and thunderstorms continuing with those tornado warnings in effect for many of our southwestern counties in effect till 6 o'clock. And that keeps getting pulled back farther and farther as we go into the evening. Storm Prediction Center, though, has not changed its outlook. We're still at a high risk for tornadic thunderstorms. On a scale of 1 to 5, that's a 5. 4 would be this gray or this red area here and an enhanced risk. We're still at a very high risk of showers and thunderstorms. So as these storms continue to push in our general direction, we're going to have to pay a lot of attention here. Again, close up, look at the showers. Pooler Parkway all the way down to Bloomington. There's some locally heavy rainfall there, vivid lightning. State Route 21 from Hardeeville, follow Georgia 119 into across the way into South Carolina or over toward Hardeeville. Showers now working the way across the river into Okatee, up by, headed toward the traffic circle, for example, Palmetto Bluff over toward 170. Hilton Head doesn't see the rain yet. Tybee, not the rain yet. Wilmington, maybe that's elevated, hasn't seen the rain yet, but I'll bet Thunderbolt's starting to see some of the showers if you're following US 80 that direction. Heavier rains, look at the very vivid lightning just north of Richmond Hill. This is following 144 into Fort Stewart. This is farther north near the Black Creek area we mentioned before, following following 280 and 204 through that area. We'll pay attention to that location. A lot of this very heavy rainfall that had a history of very damaging storms. That history has caused us to really be alert as to what may or may not be happening here. And what's left of our tornado warning is this particular cluster, and it's really starting to fall apart, but still generating some very heavy rainfall. Baxley down to Waycross, so pay attention if you're in that area. And again, with the Storm Prediction Center still giving us a high risk. Here's our only tornado warning that's still in place. The yellow box, that's the tornado watch, and it's a PDS looking for really strong tornadoes, but so far that hasn't occurred just yet. With a record-setting rain today, we need to remind you again, a lot of counties are under flash flood watches and even warnings for these particular cells. Here's the WTOC storm tracker. Notice I've lost all the rotations here. That's great. Jamie, look at this. There's no rotations here anymore, except if you're way offshore, there's nothing there, and look back across the west, there's nothing there. Boy, this is really good. So the rain earlier today may have stabilized the atmosphere just a bit, so we don't get that lift and rotation. Oh, shoot. I blew it, Jamie. An area of rotation just popped up. I'm sorry about that, gang. Well, I was really excited about that, but there we go again with another area of rotation, and that's pretty much in the same area where it was before, just north of Dean, near the Bristol area, just north of Bristol now, between Bristol and Baxley. You got other information over there, Miss Jen Yerdle?
There are no reports. I'm looking in the Jacksonville chat. The severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for Brantley, Charlton, Clinch, Eccles, Glenn, and Ware until 6:30. And the Jacksonville National Weather Service will most likely let this tornado warning in Pierce County expire, just because some of the information about the tornado warning is that it's slowed down. It was moving from about 50 to 60 miles per hour to the north-northeast, and now it's moving about 35 miles per hour toward the north-northeast.
So more stable air,
yeah, that's why a couple of the areas were already dropped, but I think they still want to hang on to that tornado warning for Pierce County just because of that rotation that you just showed, John.
Okay, 5:54 is our time. The pregame show is coming up for the Patriots and the Steelers game. We're going to jump out at 6 o'clock unless we get other warnings, but we'll jump out at 6 o'clock, let that pregame get started, and then plan on doing very quick updates as we need to do updates through the pregame, and hopefully not interrupt too much of the football game. But make sure everybody knows what's going on here. The heaviest rain, as you've been seeing from those wonderful downtown pictures that we've been showing, the Franklin Chevrolet Skycam looking to the west for I-16. That's where these storms are the heaviest right now. Some of the heaviest rain is now crossing the Savannah River right at Clio almost, right there at Hepzibah, or rather, can't think of the, say it again?
Ebenezer?
Ebenezer. Couldn't think of the Baptist camp there. Ebenezer, exactly. That's the place. And there's some real standing water there. These pictures over here to the right, see the lightning off in the distance? And it's illuminating layers of the clouds. That's real important when you're looking at severe weather. Want to see the layers, and lightning gives you a chance, especially from a distance, to do that. By the way, if you see any pretty pictures and you can do it safely, please take a picture of your area and send it to us, pics@WTOC.com, or on the free app. It's real easy to do as well. Okay, come back full screen to our picture here. This is where all the shower activity continues to work its way now into the Savannah area. Again, no warnings with any of this moisture, but boy, is it making some noise. I'll bet you're nervous about that, and being nervous about that is not a bad thing at all. Glenville's seen some heavier rain down to Hinesville. That's working toward Richmond Hill. Statesboro, you're missing some of the heaviest rain. It'll go just to your south, but Brooklet will get it for sure. It'll cross Rocky Ford. It'll cross into Newington, into portions of Sylvania, and down into Effingham County. Jamie, where else are we looking for problems possible in the next couple of minutes?
Well, not problems, John, but you just called for people to send in their pictures safely. And a woman, her name is escaping me right now, and I'll give her a shout out once we go back on air, but she took this picture from the Broad River Bridge crossing from the Beaufort area into the Okatee area. And when you talk about clouds, so this is a very, very low, what I think to be a developing shelf cloud. Honestly, I was like, is that a lenticular cloud, which is usually what you get above mountains? But right now we are looking at a very low hanging shelf cloud that was moving across the Broad River with vertical development above it. And so what a shelf cloud is just layers upon layers, and then it cools and it builds kind of like these steps, and it forms like a shelf all the way up into the atmosphere. But very interesting picture right here. I've never seen anything like this in the Beaufort area, let alone south of the Broad. So thank you for sharing with that, us with that, and us trying to explain that to people out there who may think that a UFO is taking over the Broad River. But it's very, very interesting to see weather form and actually get pictures of it, John.
Yeah, you explained that perfectly, and I've never seen a shot like that. That's just amazing. And on the right side, there's the Franklin Chevrolet Studio Skycam. That's I-16, those stretch of lights that you see, and the dark clouds associated with approaching rain that's coming our way. No warnings again into Chatham, Effingham, Bryan County at this point. We may get a severe thunderstorm at some point, but at this point that's not happened yet, simply because the winds have not been strong enough. The cloud height has not been tall enough to meet the criteria according to the National Weather Service. Here's I-95 down to Richmond Hill and US 17, Savannah Quarters, Bloomingdale. This would be Little Neck Road. This would be Quaco Road. This will be into Pooler Parkway. This will be across portions of State Route 30 up to Rincon. This is Hardyville down I-95.
We have to keep going. We have to John is about 10 feet taller than I am, so we're going to tilt down a little bit. We're taking a view from our downtown Skycam, looking up the river toward Port Wentworth, seeing some very ominous clouds out there. And right now, I wanted to alert you guys that John was very eager, and we are very eager to get you guys to the big game between the Patriots and the Steelers. But unfortunately, right now, we're going to stay with this a little longer because the tornado warning for Pierce County has been extended into portions of, let me just zoom in here. And we're looking at portions of extended till 6:30. I know that for sure. So let me zoom in south of Baxley, where they still are just east of the city, still are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and get a query on this and get some information that it will last until 6:30 for the Bristol area. And portions of this tornado warning will last until 6 o'clock. Hang on, let me do another query. The 6:30 one is right here on the next county over, and the next county over is this severe. That's not working. Let me clear the mechanism here. So alerts for warnings. Right now, we want to warn you about this area in Bristol in red. This just expired right here, just west of the city, but still in this line, this polygon right here, this very powerful storm that has really tracked. This is the line of storms that we've been watching all day. Nothing has been produced from these line of storms, but still, this is the line that was in the high probability. We're all in the pretty much high probability, but further south just has a little bit more energy. You know, when I always do the weather and I'm like, hot spots Waycross, you guys are just hotter and you have a little bit more unstable air down there. So really quickly, this tornado warning is in effect until 6:30. Thank you, finally. And the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Brunswick here until, let's get the query on here, until 6:30 as well. So these line of storms continue to track toward the northeast. And let's put the radar on here and see if we can see any sort of, we do have some lightning out there. It's not totally impressive. Down in the Folkston area, down near the Okefenokee, massive amounts of lightning moving along the Georgia-Florida state line. And this lightning right here is a little impressive, and so let me put the velocity on here. And John, if you do want to, since this is super, super low, and I'm going to zoom in. Actually, I'll wait to zoom in so you can turn the Jacksonville radar on.
And it's done.
Okay. Zoom in here. You're going to have to turn the velocity on for the Jacksonville radar on though. There you go. Okay, so right here from Bristol to the O'Neill area, that's where the alerts are. We're going to zoom in right here. We're going to try to get tighter. Yeah, right here, just south of Screven, so Otter Creek, Trudy, Browntown, the Altamaha area, lower San Salvia. We'll put the alerts back on here and see if that kind of matches up with what the National Weather Service is kind of looking at. So back from Screven, O'Neill, so we are looking at portions of Wayne County and not, let me just take this off and see if the city of Jessup is included. No, but you're in that line, and it jumped the county line. It was supposed to expire at 6, but this extended into 6:30. So this line has really been a concern for the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, pretty much this area all day. And now we're getting into a more populated area just west of Jessup. So if you are in the city of Jessup and you're listening, you know, it wouldn't hurt to just know what your plan is and take action if it is warranted. Right now, we're just looking at a severe thunderstorm warning, even though that is pretty intense as well, because I want to put the radar on actually and just show you kind of what's going on in that area. So really heavy downpours in the Screven area. A little lightning here heading toward O'Neill. And now that we know exactly what we're looking for, want to put the velocity back on and see if we can see a coupling. So a coupling, like a couple, hold hands like that, the yin and the yang. So we're trying to look here to see if there is any sort of rotation. So you've got a little bit right here, the green and the red, a little bit of yin and the yang right here. It's not pronounced, and we are looking for something pronounced, but it is enough for the National Weather Service in Jacksonville to kind of hone in on this and say, look, the radar indicated something. We want to warn everybody in this line from Bristol to Patterson, even Otter Creek, Blackshear. I want to make sure that Blackshear is actually in this warning. Don't want to alert you not in this warning. Okay, so it did kind of shaved off a little bit and then moved into southwestern Wayne County. So Screven, O'Neill, the Pendarvis area, you guys need to be aware right now. Seek shelter. This radar indicated tornado warning is in effect for your area. So let's zoom in here. And let's get the, oh wait, can I do, ooh, 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 ooh. All right, so Odom seeing some lightning right now. Oh, wait a minute. Just outside of Jessup, hang on for a second. Let me zoom in here. Let me take the camera, very touchy right now. Step out of the shot, take the camera, and I want to zoom in because I saw something that just caught my eye just south of Jessup right here. So if you are in the city of Jessup, even though the warning does not go into the city, this is really concerning right here. Let me just zoom in right here. So if you're on Highway 84 in the Stover area, and look how it just moved. Sorry, I just got excited. You may have seen, that's what the National Weather Service may have seen. There was a little hook. There was a little hook that kind of just caught me off guard, and so that's why I wanted to zoom in. So right now, I want to zoom in just a little bit more, try to get street level, and just see, let me see if I can do this again. No, the magic is gone. So we're going to zoom out. That is super tight, and just see if we can see any sort of distinct, and that's why I wanted to zoom in so much. I just wanted to see some distinct characteristics of a tornado, and that's what they're looking at way far out from Jacksonville right now. I don't think my interactive is going to work with me being in boxes right here, so John's going to do it for me. I want to zoom out, John. You can take it out of the interactive if you want to, and just out of play mode, and take it and manipulate it with the cursor. So yeah, so let's zoom out. Focus on Jessup, where I saw that little hook just south of the city, and it is looking a little bit better now, a little amorphous, a little blobby. I like blobby. Blobby's good. We don't like hooks and nooks and crannies. So this is with some lightning right here. That's probably what they were looking at. And when it was right outside of the city, it was right on the edge of that tornado warning. So, so the lightning is now subsided. It may be raining itself out. Another thing that we have to worry about with it getting dark, it's the sun has set, and it was pretty dark all day with some spots of sun. But from the area of Bristol all the way into Scriven, into portions of Pendarvis and just southwest, including Scriven. I wanted to say Odom, but I don't think Odom is included. So just outside of the city of Jessup, that'll probably be included in this, maybe just because that was super, super scary, super impressive. Wanted to zoom in on that. So this storm will continue to track to the northeast. It may not be warned, but it is very strong. It has lightning associated with it, and it does have heavy downpours. So right now, can you see me? I'm going to point this out and be very pointed. I usually say, pick your town and look at your city. See you later. 607 Hinesville. If you can hear me, if you've already gone into your all right, we're hearing some rumbles of thunder along I-16. I could see it above the banner right there, Pembroke. Let me name off these cities and we'll zoom out a little bit. 611 Flemington, 614 Fort Stewart. So listen up. 620 Midway. So I'm with Fort Stewart. I'm going to include the city of Hinesville, 624 Limerick, and 632 Richmond Hill. Lots of people. Richmond Hill hasn't seen a lot of action as of late. It's been a real big lull. The watch for Bryan County wasn't issued until the tornado watch wasn't issued until late. And once again, all of WTOC viewing area, the Coastal Empire and Low Country, under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. So another 4 hours until we're really out of the woods. Maybe they'll start to scale back on those watches, but we're going to let them do that, and we're going to monitor the radar very closely. So seeing a big cluster of showers here in Pembroke, blobby, great. So that's cool. They're just getting a lot more rain than what they already have. I got a report out of Pembroke that they've already had 3 inches of rain in the city. Eden, you're up next. City of Pooler. Remember I was saying, if you're hanging out in Pooler at Wild Wings, or if you're at Buffalo Wild Wings and you're not with people that you really care about, you want to go home, maybe you want to wait off. Maybe you're going to make your drinking buddy your best friend for another hour or two, because really heavy downpours and lightning associated with that cell. This one right here crossing the Ogeechee, that's going to track even further into Pooler, so rain not going to subside in the city anytime soon, and we're going to put a track on the heaviest rain crossing the Ogeechee right now that'll cross I-16 into 95 corridor into the airport. Can we take the airport boxes and boxes, because that might be an interesting picture, or it might just be raining. So it's 614 in Pooler. That's another round of rain, another heavier round of rain than what you're seeing right now. 619 in Garden City. You're already getting some rain there as well. Limehouse, it's going to cross over into Jasper County. 630, you're going to hear some heavier rain and rumbles of thunder there, and then on to Baker Hill. Very raining at the airport. It's after dark, so now we can't get a really clear picture of cloud formations of anything on the horizon. So that's when you really need to think, well, even if I'm not under warning, how fast can I get to my bathtub? Where is my phone? Is it charged? Is it plugged in? A lot of people did lose power. They quickly restored it, I think, on Wilmington Island. About 1,200 people were out of power on Wilmington Island, and now very quiet there on the island, though getting some light shower activity in the city of Savannah that's going to move down Highway 80. So Thunderbolt getting some light showers, but pretty much that will end soon and it'll get heavier. So look at this right now. So right now along Beaufort and the Broad River Bridge, heading back toward Bluffton, maybe a heavy pocket of rain right along 46 and 278, that interchange, and then that goes to May River Road and out toward Jasper County. If you're in the Deerfield area, coming down like buckets in just north of Hardeeville into Ridgeland, and all the way into Ridgeland and into Hampton County in the Sheldon area. So let's head a little bit further south into the greater Chatham County area, seeing a big cluster, a big blob. And I like blobs. I don't like anything with nooks and crannies and any sort of signatures. So this is looking good for western portions of Chatham County, but seeing heavy downpours now crossing I-16 and I-95, US Highway 80. The ports, seeing those rumbles of thunder up the river, and that will continue as well. Let's go back to the radar indicated tornado warning. Anything from the Jacksonville chat? John? All right, he's manipulating the radar as well. And we are under a tornado watch. We're going to reset the board for you. Under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock for all the coastal empire and low country. And remember when John was talking about perhaps this may be because they canceled all the watches and warnings to the west of our viewing area, that would be west of Alma, west of Baxley. Now we have a little line right here developing, and that may be associated just after the kind of the last swing through some wraparound moisture as well. So those aren't watched or warned out in the Fitzgerald area, but a big squall line may be coming in after what we're looking at right now. So let's take the radar off and go back to the tornado warning for areas of Patterson, areas of Pierce County, and areas of Wayne County. And this is radar indicated, but if you know anybody in this area, there's nothing reported on the ground. We'll be with you as you're huddled in your bathtub. If you're in your safe space, Cutter Martin is on Facebook Live right now giving people updates. John, can you take the radar off just so I can get a little bit better idea of if any of this has kind of shaved off, because sometimes the polygons get super, super tight and they will kind of take a city off, but they haven't. So Patterson, you're still in this line of a severe tornado warning. Right now we are still looking at it being in the southwestern portions of Wayne County. So that's along 341 and 84 for Surrency, just west of Jessup. There was a signature just west of Jessup that really concerned me, so the Broadhurst area, the O'Neill area. But if you are on the Pendarvis side of the city, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. So those can pack up winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour, so those are no joke either. So, John, anything on the chat as far as...
Nothing from Jacksonville yet.
All right, so nothing from Jacksonville. So sometimes nothing is good in that sense. So Dover, Scriven, Broadhurst, O'Neill, back to Patterson, just on the outskirts right here. You're probably going to get some gustier winds, or some straight line winds right here. Odom is in that severe thunderstorm warning right here for all of Wayne County, and we are continuing to watch this for Otter Creek, the Bristol area, O'Neill, just outside of Jessup. Go ahead and tell me again what you said, Priya. Okay. So right now we continue to watch severe weather just to the south of us, to the southwest of the city of Jessup for O'Neill. This tornado warning is expected to last until 6:30, maybe out of just overabundance of caution because we are under a high risk of tornadoes, and we've seen all day, eyes to the sky, some sort of rotation, even funnel clouds reported in the Douglas County area and the Blackshear area. So that's probably why they issued this tornado warning to the east, because they saw that rotation in the sky. And another one just issued for southern portions of Glenn County, just outside of the city of Brunswick. So these are going to be popping, these are going to be forming, this is going to be an evolving situation as it has been all day, but we will stay right here in the WTOC studios monitoring it live on Facebook. If you have your app, we're with you there, and you can track it too on your app. Just go to the radar and put the alerts on your screen. We'll be back. Thank you for continuing to stay with WTOC and your First Alert weather team. Right now, our radar is on an active sweep. We have showers, a little bit of heavy activity moving through the northern portions of Beaufort County. A spot right here that's going to track toward I-16, cross into Effingham County. Light in nature, but back to the west, the big show. And I've been listening to the WALB, which is our Raycom sister station in Albany, and they have been tracking storms and some severe, especially a tornado. A very large tornado moving through Rochelle. So if you know where Rochelle is, or New Rochelle, this area right here, very strong. This is a tornado on the ground, and the warning, the tornado warning, has been extended into the McRae area and just west of Alamo in Wheeler County. And what I just put out on the WTOC First Alert Twitter was that I'm thinking that they will extend this tornado warning up to I-16, which will include Montgomery County and even portions of Toombs County, including Lyons, maybe not Vidalia, but still line of showers and storms moving through, containing a touchdown tornado, a confirmed tornado. So let's look at the radar real quick, and you can see heavy line of showers associated with that tornado that moved through Rochelle. They're just now getting some reports of some damage there. Lots of vivid lightning now moving toward McRae, and that tornado warning goes into effect. It expires at 5, but I'm expecting it to be extended because it's a very strong, fast-moving storm. And once again, that could be extended into portions of Toombs County and portions of Wheeler County. It's in Wheeler County right now, but Montgomery County, and then maybe even into Emmanuel County, crossing I-16 in towards Swainsboro. It's a little far out, but it's a big storm, and it may impact the coastal empire pretty soon. Now, another thing we need to put on our maps, we just got upgraded for our watches. Right now, we are everyone under a tornado watch. So let's put a query on this and see how long this has been extended, because I think this is going to be a little bit of a later issue for us. The watch south of the Altamaha and west of Bullitt County was in effect until 8 o'clock. Let's take a look and query when this one will be over. Tornado watch until 10 p.m. It's been extended. It's slowing down a little bit. It's still packing a punch, as I just showed you, with a massive tornado on the ground in Rochelle that's making its way toward McRae in that cone of that polygon of the tornado warning. And now it is just slowing down ever so slightly. So we need to be aware, we need to be alert. Even in the low country, I'll put a query on that for you, and that's going to pop, that should pop up, and it should be a tornado watch for everyone, that's the low country, for 10 o'clock. So now we were all in this severe weather situation. We're all in it together. And the National Weather Service out of Charleston issued that watch just recently to include all of the coastal empire and low country. So let's take a look at our radar right now, see if anything's popping. The National Weather Service out of Jacksonville was showing that some strong storms may be impacting the Waycross area. Further south of Homerville, we've been really tracking a lot of showers and storms, including warnings previously in the afternoon, and they've been kind of tracking and training across this area, getting some light showers in Scriven right now, not Screven County, and right now in Eccles seeing a line of showers that's going to be moving toward Glenn County as well. Once again, no warnings, no thunderstorm warnings associated with that, not even a thunderstorm watch. But let me take the alerts off quickly. Let me put the alerts back on, excuse me, because that tornado warning may have dropped, may have moved out of Rochelle. No, it kind of just dropped just a little bit, just kind of got a little more tighter. And the new system that they have with the National Weather Service is actually fantastic. This line right here, it used to just be a big red box, maybe including a county, but right now they just have a really good idea of where that's going and where it might jump the county line. Once again, this tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock for McRae. If you know anybody who actually lives near the Alamo area, and we have been there before, the WTOC team has been there before, that is in effect until 5 o'clock. And once again, very strong system that is going to be making its way not necessarily as a tornado warning, but perhaps a strong to severe thunderstorm. So once again, we're going to put the radar, we're going to put the alerts back on. We are all under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. and then I'll put the shower activity back on to show you where some of the strongest showers now moving through the coastal empire and low country, and the rains to the south and west. So Baxley about to get a good round, Scriven about to get a good round. This is going to move into Glynn County in the next couple of minutes, and this is moving out to the northeast towards Charleston out of Beaufort County. Thank you for staying with WTOC, your first alert weather team. Thank you for continuing to stay with WTOC. I know I just left you guys. However, we just got video in of a massive tornado that touched down in Rochelle, and that is actually the area of Albany, and I've been listening to our sister station in Albany, WALB, who's been tracking this pretty much storm, all afternoon and late evening hours yesterday. And so that warning, let me show you exactly where the tornado warning is. Rochelle got hit really hard. It's in the path of McRae, so that's just outside of Alamo in Wheeler County. So if you know anybody in that vicinity, please let them know that they need to get inside. And we're thinking that it may get extended into portions of Montgomery County and then into portions of Emmanuel County. And right now, I do want to show you the video that somebody sent in to, or the WALB team got out in front of and hopped out and took this video, clearing now. When they say massive destruction, honestly, that looks like an entrance to like a port gate, honestly, if you're comparing it to Savannah. So this is a trucking company or maybe even somewhere, an industrial area. You can see trees down. Fencing. This is a police situation. They have the roads closed. They're monitoring this situation. And wow, that you could see the path the tornado just took straight across the top of those tractor trailers. So that was out of Rochelle, or even further back when the tornado kind of formed right here over Abbeville, if anybody knows where Abbeville is, and then tracked toward Rochelle, and now is tracking toward McRae. So let's put our radar on and kind of see an idea. And I know that exactly that they've had lots of lightning strikes, so it's a very loud, noisy storm, with the bulk of it now kind of moving out of the Rochelle area and moving into just north of the city of McRae, but still in that path of the storm. Now let's talk about some of the storm warnings and watches that we have in the coastal empire and low country. Low country, yes. You guys have not been in any sort of watch situation pretty much all day, and now Beaufort County, Jasper County, Hampton County, I guess welcome to the party. Until 10 p.m., we are looking at a tornado watch in effect for all the coastal empire and low country. And we are looking for a tornadic outbreak, unfortunately, and it's very high probability. So even though it's not on your maps right here, we are.
Hi, it's First Alert. Chief Meteorologist John Weatherby. You know Bill's going to pick the Steelers here in just a second and all the rest of the picks. Real quick update before I let you go. I got to show you that the severe thunder or the tornado warning has now been reduced only to the portions of western or eastern Wayne County, and it should expire shortly, 7:15. This tornado warning, however, is still extended until 7:15. Notice the tornado watch behind this has all been canceled. That's great news. Once we get through this line, we should be all done, and you can see how the showers are continuing to push off pretty quickly. So once the tornado watch is done, we're done. And would somebody tell me if the Falcons won today? Back with an update if needed right here.
Thank you for continuing to stay with WTOC and your First Alert weather team. Right now, our radar is on an active sweep. We have showers, a little bit of heavy activity moving through the northern portions of Beaufort County. A spot right here that's going to track toward I-16, cross into Effingham County. Light in nature, but back to the west, the big show. And I've been listening to the WALB, which is our Raycom sister station in Albany, and they have been tracking storms and some severe, especially a tornado. A very large tornado moving through Rochelle. So if you know where Rochelle is, or New Rochelle, this area right here, very strong. This is a tornado on the ground, and the warning, the tornado warning, has been extended into the McRae area and just west of Alamo in Wheeler County. And what I just put out on the WTOC First Alert Twitter was that I'm thinking that they will extend this tornado warning up to I-16, which will include Montgomery County and even portions of Toombs County, including Lyons, maybe not Vidalia, but still line of showers and storms moving through, containing a touchdown tornado, a confirmed tornado. So let's look at the radar real quick, and you can see heavy line of showers associated with that tornado that moved through Rochelle. They're just now getting some reports of some damage there. Lots of vivid lightning now moving toward McRae, and that tornado warning goes into effect. It expires at 5, but I'm expecting it to be extended because it's a very strong, fast-moving storm. And once again, that could be extended into portions of Toombs County and portions of Wheeler County. It's in Wheeler County right now, but Montgomery County, and then maybe even into Emmanuel County, crossing I-16 in towards Swainsboro. It's a little far out, but it's a big storm, and it may impact the coastal empire pretty soon. Now, another thing we need to put on our maps, we just got upgraded for our watches. Right now, we are everyone under a tornado watch. So let's put a query on this and see how long this has been extended, because I think this is going to be a little bit of a later issue for us. The watch south of the Altamaha and west of Bullitt County was in effect until 8 o'clock. Let's take a look and query when this one will be over. Tornado watch until 10 p.m. It's been extended. It's slowing down a little bit. It's still packing a punch, as I just showed you, with a massive tornado on the ground in Rochelle that's making its way toward McRae in that cone of that polygon of the tornado warning. And now it is just slowing down ever so slightly. So we need to be aware, we need to be alert, even in the low country. I'll put a query on that for you, and that's going to pop, that should pop up, and it should be a tornado watch for everyone, that's the low country, for 10 o'clock. So now we were all in this severe weather situation. We're all in it together, and the National Weather Service out of Charleston issued that watch just recently to include all of the coastal empire and low country. So let's take a look at our radar right now, see if anything's popping. The National Weather Service out of Jacksonville was showing that some strong storms may be impacting the Waycross area. Further south of Homerville, we've been really tracking a lot of showers and storms, including warnings previously in the afternoon, and they've been kind of tracking and training across this area, getting some light showers in Scriven right now, not Screven County, and right now in Eccles seeing a line of showers that's going to be moving toward Glenn County as well. Once again, no warnings, no thunderstorm warnings associated with that, not even a thunderstorm watch. But let me take the alerts off quickly. Let me put the alerts back on, excuse me, because that tornado warning may have dropped, may have moved out of Rochelle. No, it kind of just dropped just a little bit, just kind of got a little more tighter. And the new system that they have with the National Weather Service is actually fantastic. This line right here, it used to just be a big red box, maybe including a county, but right now they just have a really good idea of where that's going and where it might jump the county line. Once again, this tornado warning is in effect until 5 o'clock for McRae. If you know anybody who actually lives near the Alamo area, and we have been there before, the WTOC team has been there before, that is in effect until 5 o'clock. And once again, very strong system that is going to be making its way not necessarily as a tornado warning, but perhaps a strong to severe thunderstorm. So once again, we're going to put the radar, we're going to put the alerts back on. We are all under a tornado watch until 10 p.m. and then I'll put the shower activity back on to show you where some of the strongest showers now moving through the coastal empire and low country, and the rains to the south and west. So Baxley about to get a good round, Scriven about to get a good round. This is going to move into Glynn County in the next couple of minutes, and this is moving out to the northeast towards Charleston out of Beaufort County. Thank you for staying with WTOC, your first alert weather team. Thank you for continuing to stay with WTOC. I know I just left you guys. However, we just got video in of a massive tornado that touched down in Rochelle, and that is actually the area of Albany, and I've been listening to our sister station in Albany, WALB, who's been tracking this pretty much storm, all afternoon and late evening hours yesterday. And so that warning, let me show you exactly where the tornado warning is. Rochelle got hit really hard. It's in the path of McRae, so that's just outside of Alamo in Wheeler County. So if you know anybody in that vicinity, please let them know that they need to get inside. And we're thinking that it may get extended into portions of Montgomery County and then into portions of Emmanuel County. And right now, I do want to show you the video that somebody sent in to, or the WALB team got out in front of and hopped out and took this video, clearing now. When they say massive destruction, honestly, that looks like an entrance to like a port gate, honestly, if you're comparing it to Savannah. So this is a trucking company, or maybe even somewhere, an industrial area. You can see trees down. Fencing. This is a police situation. They have the roads closed. They're monitoring this situation. And wow, that you could see the path the tornado just took straight across the top of those tractor trailers. So that was out of Rochelle or even further back when the tornado kind of formed right here over Abbeville, if anybody knows where Abbeville is, and then tracked toward Rochelle and now is tracking toward McRae. So let's put our radar on and kind of see an idea. And I know that exactly that they've had lots of lightning strikes, so it's a very loud, noisy storm, with the bulk of it now kind of moving out of the Rochelle area and moving into just north of the city of McRae, but still in that path of the storm. Now let's talk about some of the storm warnings and watches that we have in the coastal empire and low country. Low country, yes. You guys have not been in any sort of watch situation pretty much all day, and now Beaufort County, Jasper County, Hampton County, I guess welcome to the party. Until 10 p.m., we are looking at a tornado watch in effect for all the coastal empire and low country. And we are looking for a tornadic outbreak, unfortunately, and it's very high probability. So even though it's not on your maps right here, we are under a very high risk of seeing a tornado. The National Weather Service, I did talk with them just a little bit ago. We have a little chat room, kind of like old AOL, and they said they didn't get a team out to Scriven County nor Tattnall County for yesterday's storms, but we do have reports of lots of damage in Scriven County, and most likely will be a confirmed tornado. Just don't know how strong some of those storms were. So right now I want to put the radar back on here and give you an idea of where some of the strongest storms right now in the coastal empire and low country are. Back to the west in just north of Baxley in Appling County. This one moving just north of Scriven out of southern Appling County into Wayne County. And once again, none of these storms are warned at this time. There is a tornado watch in effect for all of us, and we will continue to monitor as it pushes toward the coastline now. And I'm going to monitor this here, right here at the WTOC kind of radar center, but right now I'm going to toss it to Cutter, and he's got a little bit more explanation.
Yeah, more about this new tornado watch for much of the Savannah Metro. In fact, all of the city and surrounding counties, as well as all of the South Carolina Low Country. Again, a special tag this evening, a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. We do not see many of these, but that is what is in effect for all of the WTOC viewing area. Again, if you can watch us this evening from your home, you are under a PDS tornado watch, a particularly dangerous situation. This is not something that many see through the course of their lifetime, let alone here along the southeastern portion of the United States and the Atlantic coast. Live behind me, downtown Savannah Skycam, it's quiet right now. Folks chatting on Facebook, wondering what's coming, what's headed to the Savannah metro area. We did see a few peaks of sunshine that only further helped to destabilize the atmosphere. Think about it like a bank account. We just put some cash in, and those storms are going to make a big withdrawal as they move into the region. They can become stronger, a lot more energy for these storms to work with. Again, as they approach the Savannah metro, that view looking north and west up the Savannah River towards Port Wentworth. Again, that is looking up in that direction, and you can see a little bit of a lowering as far as just general darkness on the horizon. These storms are approaching the area. Now, some of the other things with these storms, torrential rainfall rates, 2 inches per hour, hail larger than golf balls possible, straight line wind gusts confirmed in Albany. Outside of that tornado, 70 to 80 miles per hour. And speaking of the winds there, you can see incredible damage coming out. And remember, this is out of the Albany area from our sister station WALB. Whether this is straight line winds or tornadic winds, damage is damage. And we have to remember that these storms yeah, but like, you know, the damage, yeah. You know, I want to kind of drive home the point that it's a confirmed tornado, but away from the tornado itself, you're going to have very dramatic straight line wind gusts. So even if you are not influenced directly by the path of this tornado, well outside of its path, you will still be dealing with damaging straight line wind gusts, trees coming down, power lines coming down, and you can see that is what's going on out there and could be replicated, unfortunately, here across the coastal empire and the low country. Again, John, one of those scenarios where all the ingredients are coming together, not for the better, but actually for the worse this evening across the coastal empire, and now looking like that threat will extend into the low country.
And repeat to everybody the tweet that you sent out earlier when you saw a little sun up in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, we're adding energy to the atmosphere.
This is not good.
More energy, yeah, for storms to use, even if the sun sets. And that's the problem. We saw sun, but the timeline here, we're adding another danger to the forecast. It'll be dark when some of these storms approach the I-95 corridor, only adding more of a threat there to the scenario, again, across the Savannah Metro, which you can see right there behind me.
Exclusive WTOC storm tracker now shows you exactly where those rotations are located with this line that Cutter's been talking about. Jamie identified beautifully. There is rotation, especially around McRae. Look at the damaging winds and look at the rotation signatures that have popped up ahead of this storm. For the Albany area, that's now moved on. Their tornado emergency is now a recovery emergency. The tornado watch now includes all of us across the coastal empire. Showers almost to Bridgeton back to Pembroke. Statesboro seeing a little more moderate rain. None of us are hearing any thunder yet, but that will be coming here very, very shortly. And as we go back onto our own regular First Alert Radar network, there's the cluster of storms tracking from Augusta through Louisville. Dublin's been seeing some locally heavy rainfall and briefly gusty winds. This is the warned cell that we've been watching here, and it's continuing to track off at almost 70 miles an hour to the north and east. So Vidalia, Swainsboro, Statesboro may be part of the action here. We'll have to watch that. And if it continues this track, it should stay north of the Savannah area. But there are other individual cells. Our friends down in Douglas County, they're watching some very heavy rainfall through there. So we want to make sure we've got that all paying attention to that. And now we have a severe thunderstorm warning. And tell me where that is for. Soft for coffee. Our friend. Let me back up again. It's right on this side of the screen. This area right here, this cell right here has just gone under severe thunderstorm warning. This is Douglas and Coffee County, Bacon County to the north. That's Jeff Davis County. Earlier today, we were talking about severe weather through those parts of the world. 65 mile an hour winds is the minimum or the maximum gust that could possibly be for a severe thunderstorm warning. So there's some very heavy rainfall. Let's track this particular cell because this could get a little bit closer to the Savannah area, and if it were to make it here, it would be just after 6 o'clock this evening at its current speed. And these are racing pretty quickly. The whole line, though, is not moving quite as fast. So we'll watch that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Coffee County. You've just been added. Again, our local radar is not too bad at all. Hilton Head, Tybee, our islands all the way down to Sapelo, no worries at all. Look just west of Jessup, you've got some rain showers there. Baxley, Vidalia starting to see some showers as well. Across Chatham County, we're drawing out, and as Cutter mentioned earlier, the sun's even tried to pop out just a little bit. We have showers here across the Broad River to the Hilton Head Plantation, headed up to the Carolina Islands. That doesn't look like a big deal at this point. No, the bigger deal is this particular line here that continues to work its way farther and farther to the east. All the individual cells are racing to the northeast at about 70 miles an hour. We are all under tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. That includes coastal counties as well. Nashville, Georgia, Waycross, Georgia. We've had some damage in Tifton, Georgia, in Tift County, right on I-75. This is the, quote, main event, what we've been anticipating all along. We knew yesterday would have some storms. We knew this morning we would have some storms. This is what we anticipated would be the highest chance or greatest risk of storms. And for that reason, the Storm Prediction Center put us in the 5 out of 5 scale, the high risk of tornadoes and thunderstorms. That's a rarity around here. We usually don't see that with the moderate, the enhanced, the slight, and the marginal levels on farther to the north. We're in the high level today. So there's a high rate of confidence that these storms will continue to push this way. The timing, though, seems to have slowed down just a bit. While we thought the storms may be here about 4 o'clock into this position, now that looks like it's back here another hour or so behind. It will continue to work its way, though, toward the Charleston area, and as it does, it'll be part of our forecast for the evening. Let's show you our watches and warnings one more time. Tornado watch continues for all of these areas until 10. Here's the tornado warning that we were talking about earlier. This is the first warning within our viewing area, Douglas County, or rather Coffee County and the town of Douglas, and that warning extends all the way down to Valdosta. Jamie, remind tell me how long that's in play, please.
5 p.m.
Till
tornado
5
warning.
p.m. Oh man, that's not going to last very long. That'll continue to push pretty quickly off to the north and east. And there's also, we were talking earlier about the heavy rainfall. There's also flash flood watches and warnings in many counties across the area. Watersheds are not handling this very well. River flood warning continues for the Ogeechee at Eaton right now because of heavy rains that were experienced overnight. Okay, here's again the WTOC storm tracker. You see the two areas of rotation. One is the primary one that we've been watching most frequently or most regularly. That's the confirmed tornado that came out of Worth County. It's held together and headed toward McRae. This little area here is also an area of rotation, but it looks to be in the higher levels of the atmosphere. It's designed kind of the same way, but doesn't have the surface support. This, way offshore, is not a concern. We're not going to worry about that at all. But we are going to watch this particular one, and a brand new one has just popped up over Dublin in Lawrence County. That will track off to the north and east as well, back to the one just north of Douglas. So there's some volatile weather that's very much on our map for us this evening, even though it hasn't quite reached here just yet. The tornado watch now includes all of us. It doesn't include any areas to the, or doesn't include areas farther to the south, but does include all of this area. Jamie's got more information on that as well. Let's go over to you, Ms. Ertl.
Absolutely, and it's not a scare tactic, but it's scary to watch, and this is a reality that came true overnight for people just in the Valdosta area. This is the Adele storm that blew through, that trapped people in their homes. I've seen a lot of reports of how many people have died, and I say how many, and it was about a dozen. The last report that I did see was 11. If somebody in the booth could confirm that for me, I've been busy watching the radar. Okay, so final, not final, but the confirmed latest total, 11 people died in the storm. And unfortunately, it was in the overnight hours, the worst possible time to have a severe storm. I'm not quite sure if this was a mobile home park. I know a couple of houses, foundations were ripped off. And then we did have our own storms that have not yet been investigated by the National Weather Service in Charleston, because they've been watching storms that we had warned early on this morning. You may have been woken up and you may have been awake all day watching us or keeping alerted on your WTOC mobile app. But this is a storm from Adele, Georgia, just south of the, Valdosta. From last night, people surveying, kind of riding around, seeing the damage, the destruction that happened there, and that's very much possible here. But luckily, it's daylight hours here, and they were not fortunate enough that happened overnight. And we do have brand new video of possibly even as late as 3 hours out of the Albany area, just where the tornado did touch down in Rochelle, Georgia, Georgia, and you could see that those tractor trailers all lined up in a nice little row, just ripped like somebody opening a tuna can, and trucks on their sides, fencing down. We don't know if anybody was injured in the Rochelle area with this confirmed tornado. Don't know how strong it was, but that looks larger than an EF0, and it's very strong, and it's still making its way toward McRae. It's not expired yet. It expires at 5 o'clock, and that includes portions of Wheeler County right behind me, and it includes McRae, and it may expand into portions of Wheeler and portions of Montgomery, and even the Soperton area, which is Trutland County, and even Swainsboro, which is Emmanuel County. So we're going to toss it back to John, and he's going to track that out for us.
Just imagine the video that you were just showing in Albany. Imagine the challenge Georgia Ports Authority goes through with all the containers that they have stored on their lot, in their acreage at the Garden City Terminal. That's a constant problem that they're worried about, and always worried about gusty winds and how that will affect their area. Albany, unfortunately, with a much smaller installation, saw the same kind of tractor trailers and containers just tossed about like matchboxes. Nothing like that right now across our area, but we're watching watching this area here in this one particular cell that's in the Douglas area, and this particular cell that's just now getting ready to cross I-16. But it's very clear that this one particular cell is starting to fall apart just a little bit because it's losing some of its integrity. Let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit closer. Again, this is the western edge of our area. Here's Statesboro, here's Vidalia, here's Swainsboro. Our Channel 11 viewers, we appreciate all of you, but I want you to pay attention to what's coming behind you or coming in your direction, so to speak. That's from the town of Eastman. We talked about Abbeville, Eastman up to Dublin. Here's Alamo. And as this goes by, this is Georgia 21, I believe it is, or Georgia 19. I can't remember. It's the exit just east of the big 431 and 161 exit where all the gas stations are and everything. That's Dublin, the next exit. And then there's a couple of Lothair, for example, is right in this area. This is really strong activity. And one little cell has now popped off to the east. It's kind of broken away as if it's beginning to try to turn a little bit to the right. So that's going to give this a little bit of a weakening. But if you're caught under one of those cells, that's incredible damaging winds, locally heavy rainfall. There are power outages being reported in the Dublin area right now. That's going to continue to be a concern. Now let's try to move from that warned cell real quickly. And now, I'm sorry, it's moved a little too far for me here, but I'm going to move the map a little farther to the south so I can get closer to Douglas and give you a sense of what's going on there. This is the other warned cell that we're kind of paying attention to. There's the Eastman area, and a little farther to the south, there's Jacksonville and Lumber City that you see on the south end. Hazelhurst now showing up, and there's that final cell that I wanted you to pay attention to. Passing north of Douglas. Douglas is here. This is West Green, Denton. Look at Hazelhurst. You're in the path of this particular storm. This is a severe thunderstorm warning on this particular cell. And I'll bet from this distance we can get the velocity on there and see what kind of couplet is actually available. The Dublin storm may be too far away from the Charleston radar, but here, see the red and the green close together? Here, perhaps north of West Green is another better indication of some rotation that might be available. That's all pushing off to the north and east pretty quickly. And if we can get a track, I'll track here from the back edge. I'll give you a sense of what's actually coming your way. From here toward Hazelhurst, these are moving very quickly, so the timeline becomes very, very quick as well. You need to pay attention to see how these storms are continuing to work. I'm trying to get the labels out of the way. There it is. Denton, Hazelhurst, Tallahassee, you're all in the path of these storms. Just now, Cutter Martin, just now starting to work into our western counties.
Yeah, and timing is everything here. Of course, time now 4:55. The sun is going to be getting lower soon. Storms have a long history of producing damage and don't even have to be technically severe to knock out power. So, of course, when the power does go out, it will for many this evening, overnight tonight. I want to make sure you still have a way to receive the latest and greatest severe weather watches, warnings, and more. So, again, to make sure you have your alerts turned on so you can hear them in your room, in your home, in the next room, wherever you are this evening, all you have to do is go to the upper left-hand corner of the home screen of the app. Looks like 3 sheets of paper there. You'll see our group photo on the left-hand side. Go down to settings, and then once you click on that, here's what the screen needs to look like. Essentially, you need to make sure WTOC alerts are green or turned to the right or on. And you need to make sure all your severe alerts are turned on as well, and make sure alert sound, that's the key, is turned on this evening. And of course, if you do want to dip in and watch our extensive live coverage this evening as storms continue to move off to the east, all you have to do is scroll down. You can see Ron Wallace in the recorded forecast there. For tonight's coverage, though, watch live. All you have to do is click on that live right there. Again, you will be able to watch our live team coverage before, during, and after the storm moves through your neck of the woods. And I want to remind everybody, a lot of folks still do have power storms just now beginning to push into our area. Please do charge your tablets, charge your phones at this time before you do lose power. Again, one of the worst feelings you can have is knowing that it's dark outside, we have tornadic thunderstorms in the area, and you don't have a way to receive that warning. So again, a great way to receive warning right there in the palm of your hands. If you haven't downloaded the app, all you have to do is search WTOC weather in your app or Google Play Store. If you don't have a smartphone, you can, of course, make sure your No Weather Radio is turned on or has batteries if the power does go out. But again, the #1 way to stay ahead of the game, to not be as adversely impacted by severe weather, is, of course, to receive a warning this evening and tonight, John.
Cutter, the great information, great way to handle that. Thank you very much. And one of the three of us, Cutter, Jamie, or I, will be doing Facebook Live as we get into the heart of the storm as well to help you answer those questions. Don't need to do that just yet because nothing's quite here just yet. If there's anybody that's yakking on Facebook, they don't know what they're talking about yet. These are just storms that are beginning to develop and push even closer and closer to our area, farther and farther to our area. Again, we're all under tornado watch until 10 o'clock, and that's brand new information that's just recently happened in the last 10-15 minutes. Conditions are favorable for the development of a tornado. That's what watch means. We're watching to see what happens to develop and how that happens to occur. A warning means that a cell has actually been verified either by Doppler radar or by a trained storm spotter from the National Weather Service or someone who's been trained in order to identify what's going on in the atmosphere. And those are starting to happen farther to the west. So the leading edge of this moisture from Hinesville up to Belleville, just west of Statesboro, Swainsboro, you're starting to see some more moderate rain. Effingham County, you're dry at this point. Most of Bullock County, hope you like it, and Portal are probably seeing some showers. We just got an update there on the radar. Did you see it shifting farther and farther to the north as it comes this way? Jessup had some storm damage earlier. Baxley getting some more moderate rain. There's a little lightning associated with that cell right there between Baxley and Jessup. We'll have to watch and see how that plays out. And all of this stormy activity is going to continue. Let me put the loop on and you can really get a sense of how it's moving or continuing to move and will continue to move very quickly to the north and east. So cells that are here over Baxley or near Glenville, for example, they're tracking toward Pembroke, probably into Springfield, eventually into inland Jasper and Hampton County. Storms that are over here south of Vidalia, you need to pay attention to those if you're in the Statesboro area or up toward Rocky Ford or even into Sylvania. Farther to the south, these storms here are the ones that have the chance of making it to Savannah, but so far they have not developed as of yet. So we'll pay real close attention to that. Watch how these continue to push in our area. And we've already had record-setting rain so far today. Back to this original line, though. This is what I wanted to make sure I showed you one more time. Look at all the activity up in the Augusta area, Louisville through McDuffie County, back over toward Milledgeville. It's now east of Hawkinville, so it's not affecting there. And Vidalia, this particular cell may track just to your north, may not be as big a problem. The one from Douglas looks like it's going to track just east of Baxley. But this line contained earlier, way back over here in West Georgia, contained a whole line of supercells, including a confirmed tornado on the ground in Albany. Earlier today, central Georgia, Brooke County, we had 11 confirmed deaths, at least 20 injured there, according to WTOC.com. So this has been a very volatile situation that makes us really want to make sure we don't hype you, scare you, but make sure you're alerted to what's developing and what's really trying to push our way. And again, the high risk, that's just so rare around here. On our scale of 1 to 5, this is the top of the list. You can't go any higher in terms of anticipated risk and threat from strong to severe thunderstorms that may develop. That includes the Savannah area up to Statesboro and then arcing back just west or south of Macon. Well, it's right here. We've just seen the most recent storm that Jamie was reporting on so well from McRae. It's right through here. We're seeing the storms that were part of the Douglas area severe thunderstorm warnings. And now after 5 o'clock, the McRae tornado warning has expired at this point. So we've got no more things that are going to happen there. Look, though, at the tornado watches and severe thunderstorm warnings still continuing for the Douglas area. Let's get an alert here and see if I can find out what's going on there. We'll come over here to the track and no, I don't want to go there. Let's go over here to the information place because I think I see a new warning on the map and I want to make sure I've got that straightened out. What is that right there over Wayne County? That is a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. Jamie, got a new warning here for Wayne County until 5:45. You got that?
Yes, sir.
Yes, you don't just serve me. It's just old John. But you can see these showers and thunderstorms continuing to march along. Let's get back to the radar and see where that's moving, and we'll get a sense of how fast that may or may not be moving. I just got another loop there behind it. Didn't mean to do that, but watch this. Here's where those cells are, and look at the lightning that's associated with these cells. This particular one's just fired up within the past few minutes. It's continuing, and this one may be a concern for us in the Savannah area. If this can hold together, that may head right into Savannah, so we need to pay attention to that one pretty carefully and see exactly where that's going to go. Okay. We're starting to see severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't seen a tornado warning for our area yet, but we have seen more and more severe thunderstorm warnings. We will give you more and more updates. By the time we get to football, we want to make sure we're out of the way. So we're going to try to push these through as quickly as we can, but make sure that you get the information to save your life and your family's life and property as best we can. So stay with us online, on your social media sites, through the WTOC free weather app, and here on the big Hi everyone, it's First Alert. Chief Meteorologist John Weatherby. We're going through the afternoon. A dangerous, severe weather situation is developing. It hasn't quite come into our area just yet, but we're seeing some of our western counties starting to be impacted by some strong to severe thunderstorms. No tornadoes yet to be reported, but we certainly think that the ingredients are in place for that to happen. Cutter Martin, if it's more convenient for you, he's on Facebook Live right now at WTOC. You can check that out. Jamie Ertel and I are here to keep you updated on TV and all our other social platforms. Happy to do that as well. Look at the rotations that we're starting to see. I'll get a little bit closer, give you a sense of what's actually starting to try and turn. And the first area is southwest of Vidalia. This particular cluster, the actual animation is a little behind the actual cell, which is up here. The second H of Hazelhurst is kind of the location there. I think we might even see some real gusty straight line winds through here between Pearson and Manor. Look out Sapville. And over here closer to the town of Screven, we're seeing some rotation that's been identified as well. This is in association with this cluster, which was a severe thunderstorm warning, but now is starting to show signs of weakening. Come to the Savannah area. Already some lighter rain has started to push very quickly into Chatham County. Some of this may not be even making it to the ground. So you may be downtown going, hey, where's the rain? It certainly looks like it's going to pour, and it will shortly, but these showers have pushed in, and I think this may be elevated, so you may not be seeing any rain just yet. This shower off the coast of Tybee is staying away. That's not an issue. Hilton Head, you look fine, 278 over to 95. Don't drive south on 95, though. You'll come through some of the heavier rains. Driving north, you'll be ahead of it. You should be fine there. Driving west on 16, look just north of Bridgeton. This is some very heavy weather that's headed and increasing, starting to increase as it heads into Effingham County. But again, there are no warnings currently with that just yet. Here's our first alert radar network, and here's where we get the real sense of some of the intricacies of what's going on with these particular storms. I'm not really sure why I got that, but I did want to take you down and look at some of the radars and show you exactly how these are turning and the lightning that's associated with some of these cells. Again, the Hazelhurst cells over to Glenville, down to Jessup, this general area, Tattnall, Evans County, the Claxton area over toward Metter, and then following the line down now east of Douglas. Douglas, earlier you had some incredibly heavy rain and gusty winds right over the top of you. Hope everybody's there down there okay, and the blueberries are okay. That's always a concern. But as you get farther and farther away, you get the sense that there's a real sense of how things are moving quickly off to the north and east, in some cases as much as 70 miles an hour. Let me track this one particular cell right here and show you that if it holds together, it's going to head toward the Allendale area pretty quickly. In fact, as it goes that way, the showers that are trying to form now from our first alert radar network, you see the showers that
Park up towards Oviedo. We got to stay on this, stay street level. Guys, let's lose the the pictures for just a second so that we can make a bigger picture for folks at home so they can see the road. Thank you. Appreciate that right there. Just for a moment, we'll go back to that. But there's Greenwood Road. There's Altamont Springs. There's Winter Park. You can see 436 University Boulevard back towards Oviedo. Lots of homes and subdivisions right here in this particular vicinity. You can see Aloma Avenue, Howell Branch Road, back towards Altamont Springs. Again, all of this energy rapidly turning now, rotating and lifting off towards the east-northeast. If you're in Oviedo, if you're over towards Aloma, Tuscaloosa, Eric Burse's family is probably watching us right now. He's right in that area. There's Lockwood Boulevard. These are all areas in and around the University of Central Florida. There is the first rotating signature with our software, our WESH 2 technology being picked up basically right over Winter Park, right over us, WESH 2 Studios, and that is going to continue to lift up to the northeast. Speaking of right over WESH 2, you can see what's going on outside right there. The guys are reacting quite nicely to what we're talking about and trying to give you the best pictures of what's indeed going on with this particular rotating thunderstorm that's headed off towards the 417. And then back towards Lake Jessup and Oviedo here in a very short period of time. Kyle, let's just bounce it out. You're going to have to obviously go out past street level here. Let's put a storm track on this one, and you can see the theme today. All of these warnings going clear back towards the coast. Every single one that we have been watching has been driven quickly from the storm cell back towards the coast. This particular warning, no different. You can see what's going on. There's Maitland, 721, Lake Mary, right around, we'll call it 731, Sanford 734, Geneva, right at about 738, and then back towards Deltona, right around 742, and last but not least, Lake Helen, right at about 747. Again, a very dangerous thunderstorm that is popping on up and quickly moving towards the north and the east, and embedded in that, there may be another little area that's, that is looking better and better with each particular volume scan there, folks. That's one full revolution of rotation, by the way, on the Doppler radar, but you can see very tight knit and getting a bit more impressive now on approach towards the city of Oviedo, and then soon to be Geneva. Again, moving at 60 miles an hour. Look at those pictures now.
Just the big thing here is that we're still on
Seminole County, I-4 into Orange into Seminole. You can see what our crews are dealing with tonight. This is why we've been telling you all day, not a good time to be driving in an event that could be unfolding, that is unfolding here across Central Florida here for at least the next couple of hours. So Oviedo, the 417, 434, Howell Branch, that's where the core of that thunderstorm wind is right now. It continues now to lift off towards the north and the east at roughly about 60 miles an hour. So it is going to get in very, very quickly to Oviedo. It is going to get in very, very quickly back towards Geneva and racing off towards the points east of there, potentially over towards Oak Hill. We get you into southern and maybe even southeastern portions there of Volusia County. Kyle, let's go back up towards Flagler County. I want to get back to Palm Coast, another big population center. Meteorologist Kyle Gravelin driving this very, look at that.
And this still looks impressive.
That does look impressive. You getting any information from Jacksonville up there?
Not yet, no. There are no updates on that one.
Okay.
Obviously, the warning is still in effect here.
Yeah, so 41 and 18, you put the two together, you're looking at roughly 60 plus mile an hour winds there, 59, 60, right around in that, plus the actual motion. You take all of that energy, you kind of equate it, and you can easily get thunderstorm wind gusts of 60 to 80 miles an hour. So again, right over 13, right over Bunnell. You can see Kyle putting that direction on. Going to be approaching I-95 here very shortly. And it's going to be awfully close now to the south side of Palm Coast. There's Flagler Beach. Kyle, if you don't mind gently gliding that a little bit more towards the coast.
Sure.
We'll go ahead and see Palm Coast. There's Flagler Beach. There's Bunnell. You can see it all translated. It's going to go right between Palm Coast, Bunnell, and Flagler Beach. Can you go ahead and loop that right there? I want to keep a real close eye on this for my friends there in Bunnell. It's going to go on the north side of Bunnell. There's no doubt about that. The wind energy, the core right about in here, is going to go somewhere just north of Flagler Beach and just south of Palm Coast. So again, we'll have to wait and see if this one twists or turns.
Sometimes these larger storms can turn right or south, and in some rare cases they actually do turn the opposite direction and go with the main flow more towards the north and west of what is being depicted by sometimes some of the warning. So there's Kyle. He's doing
I'm trying to keep up with everything in the National Weather Service chat, but I also have a Twitter feed open for comments. And it's true, we haven't kind of broken down what we mean with these green and reds in a while. So we're looking at Jacksonville's radar, which is well north, of course, of Flagler County. Green colors, the brighter the color, the stronger the wind. But if they're green, they're going toward the radar. If they're red, they're going away from it. So this would indicate, this rotation, toward and then around here like that. That's what we're concerned with when we see something like this on radar. The same thing with the Winter Park storm and numerous others that we've covered now over the past basically 90 minutes.
Not sure if you saw that, but as you were talking, they just popped in a brand new tornado warning. They tightened it up there, Kyle.
Correct.
They have included, they have included Palm Coast, and they have included Flagler Beach. So again, just like us, they're doing the same thing we're doing. You look at the motion and you kind of force it off in the direction in which it's going, and they've clearly got it pegged. Bushmill, we're going to watch you first. Flagler Beach, down up towards Palm Coast, I-95. We've got Flagler, Palm Coast High School. We've got a lot of areas with a lot of folks that live here, so we need to very carefully monitor that situation as well. We have to bounce again. Let's go to a different county. I want to go back to that Eustis cell that we had up there a little while ago to see what is going on with that. There's the land. That's the cell I wanted you to check in on. Perfect. Love it. Appreciate that. There's the Leon Springs. There is the land. All right. And there's 44. It just blew through Forest Hills. If you're in this area, you need to be low. This is a very dangerous storm. Remember, it's dark out. You can't see what's coming your way. First floor. Again, rapid fire here. We knew this was coming.
That's the severe warning you see right in front of you, the yellow box.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So there it is right there. It is moving off towards the east-northeast. There is the land. There's Forest Hills. A good deal of wind energy with this particular thunderstorm. It continues to move off towards the east-northeast. More pictures and video coming in. I-4 south to Orange County. I tell you what, tip your hat to our crews tonight, going out in this and doing a great job of bringing you the best photos safely as we can. So we've got, let's widen out this view one more time, just so I can set my brain here and kind of figure out what we've got going on here.
Well, and there's still the squall line here. And we're getting reports here, one anyway, or a couple from the Tampa National Weather Service office. Trees down along that line in southwest Pasco County, into parts of Hillsborough County. And, we're just starting to see this line enter the WESH viewing area, which starts at Sumter and Marion County and then works east.
And the other thing to note is look at that line. I mean, we can essentially say now that the severe weather is over there in central and western portions there of Marion County. Kyle was talking about that squall line. Well, there it is now. It is east of Denellen. It is again moving away from the western and the center portion of Marion County. So that is some great news there. But we're a long way from done. We've got to get all of this through Daytona Beach, Palm Coast, downtown Orlando and Orange County. We haven't even talked about Brevard County yet because you're the furthest away from it, but that's going to change. That's that cell. Thank you, Kyle. Yeah. Let's go back to Oviedo. Get in a little bit tighter here. I want to get, so he's got 60, 47.
Let's get closer.
Yeah, awesome. Right there. There's Oviedo. There's the 417. 47 and 17, so that's 50. So we've got 64-mile-an-hour winds there over Oviedo. Right over Oviedo on the north side. This one is chugging along. Geneva, get ready. It is coming your way. There's the 426, Lockwood Boulevard. A lot of wind and a lot of rain for you. Chuliota, with this particular storm, you're going to be okay, but you're not done with the weather tonight. There's plenty more off towards your west. There is the other, that circulation there.
That looks a little past. I only zoomed out for a second because I saw something mentioning that sirens are going off in downtown Winter Park, but it would appear that the worst of this system is well into Seminole County now.
If sirens are going off, it's going to be up in Oviedo, because Oviedo, I know, has a siren. So I bet you that's what that person may have meant to say there.
And that's going to be a Volusia County tornado warning.
Okay, let's go back up there then real quick, because we're, again, trying to keep on top of this rapid fire event.
To land again.
Yeah, there it is. We were just on that cell. We were just talking about that. Again, blew through Forest Hills. There's the land. There's Lake Helen. Again, you can see the red and the green together. That's the spinning motion within that thunderstorm. Kyle has done a nice job of getting me down real close and personal. Again, you've got Grand Avenue, West Beresford Avenue, you've got Spring Hill, you've got North Stone Street, tons of subdivisions here, downtown DeLand, International Speedway Boulevard on the north side. This is all coming your way. It is coming right at you. Again, a very dangerous storm system. We need you guys to get down low. Low is safe, especially with the wind potential that could arrive with what we're seeing out here right now. So there, DeLand. We go ahead and loop this here real quick, Kyle, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
One more time so we can kind of show folks that are watching this just to the east of it how quickly it's moving and how quickly they need to react and how quickly they need to head south into the lowest floor just to play this one safe. It's dark. We can't see what's going on at night. A lot of times we talk about rain-wrapped tornadoes with a situation like that. It certainly could happen. You think it's rain, you think it's wind, a little bit of thunderstorm wind, but lo and behold, there's something a bit stronger in there, and that is clearly going to be the concern for tonight. All right, back up towards Flagler County one more time, if you don't mind. There's Palm Coast. Look, that's
wow.
That is, man, I can't believe how fast these are moving. 60 miles an hour. We were just showing it over towards Bunnell. Now it's literally almost on top of Palm Coast and rapidly working towards the A1A stretch. It looks like the worst of that, Kyle, is going to stay north of Flagler Beach, but Palm Coast looking more and more like it is going to be clipped on the south side of that beautiful city. 68, 69 mile an hour winds potentially coming down to the surface. Kyle, as you were flipping through and jumping up north, I thought I saw a new cell trying to develop down towards.
Let's go way out.
Yeah. Okay, go to the southern Orange County. I'll get back to Orange County here real quick.
Okay, I see
on the south side of Orlando. Yeah, right there.
All right.
That's the one I wanted to see. You're right there. So you're getting, again, we talk about structures. When we look at the radars and we kind of see what's going on, you got a little bit of a bend to the overall structure here. So that's another area that's quickly approaching Celebration. It's almost on top now of SeaWorld. There's Disney getting absolutely plastered right now with a lot of wind, a lot of rain. As you can see, folks in Seminole County getting some very, very heavy rain there. This all in association, all out ahead of that main line of thunderstorms that's getting ready to roll on through. There's exactly what I was hoping to see. You can see that wind energy there right along I-4 southwest of SeaWorld. Kyle, when you go ahead and loop that, is that moving more east-northeast or is it moving due east?
It looked almost northeast, but let's zoom out to get a better perspective.
Yeah, good idea.
And again, because we talked so much about these greens and reds being next to each other,
Right.
this would not be a rotation signature. We're looking at Melbourne's radar here, so we're talking away right there. This one actually going toward, that's not rotation, but there's certainly some straight line gusty winds here near the theme parks.
Okay, let's go back up to the orange Seminole County line. We've got a live crew up there that's driving through Seminole and Orange County, keeping tabs of what is going on here. And they are just west of there. There's Sanford, there's Geneva. Look at that.
Yeah, that's not, if you're in Geneva,
that's danger right there.
Take your precautions now.
Let's go ahead and pixel query that. That little bright red there, just north of Butterfly Forest Road. We need to examine that there. 60 mile, so you're looking at 80 miles an hour, gate-to-gate wind shear, and that's not even including the movement of the storm from the west to the east that can translate down to the surface on top of what we're seeing as we're shooting the radar beam into that particular thunderstorm. That's a dangerous storm right there, folks. That is not one we want to be fooling around with. So if you're in Geneva, again, you need to be very, very careful with this one. Get down Seminole Woods Boulevard. It's right in this vicinity, just west and southwest there of Geneva. As I'm looking at the map, and you can see, that's a significant
and that's
storm
right for
there.
Geneva.
Yep, that's right at them, right at the city. There's another town right underneath that blue banner right there. If you can just slide it maybe just to the south a little bit. Yeah, I want to get that. So that's Raccoon Trail. So right in that vicinity, folks, this is the area where we really, really are highly concerned for the well-being of folks that live in this area. A very large thunderstorm that is showing signs of rotation and moving off rapidly towards the east-northeast now at about 60 miles an hour. Seminole County, more pictures again coming in from our crews out there. No new information on that. Is that correct, Kyle?
No, just the Flagler. They've continued that warning until 8 p.m. Which is basically what we expected, given
right.
what we saw from the Jacksonville.
And then that once, wow, you're shooting that with Jackson?
That's Jacksonville's.
Yeah, good.
Right.
Yep,
So we're a little bit closer here.
Right. So that does help. So let's zoom in. Let's get street level on this one as well, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So there we go. We got Clubfield Drive. We've got Palm Coast Parkway Northeast, A1A. You've got the resorts up here as well, right there on the beach. Hammock Dunes, of course. We'll watch you guys very, very carefully as all of this translates overhead and then eventually just offshore. So again, a lot going on in this particular view, south of Palm Coast and just east of I-95, and moments away from literally blowing offshore, thankfully. But behind us, we still have more to go. We're not done.
I want to go back to the Geneva one because one, this looks very impressive on radar. Let me zoom out here.
While you're zooming in, Kyle, I want to go back to our other technology.
Sure.
I
know we've talked about, we haven't really shown it, but even on dual pole, it looks like maybe there could be some stuff showing up near Geneva. This is a situation where you worry that there could be a touchdown.
Yeah. Well, I want to show you something on Fast Track, guys, in the back, if you don't mind. Showing this low-level lock now. We haven't seen that all today. This is the first time. Again, Lake Jessup, you guys, Geneva, you guys are in arm's way. I can't make it any more simpler than that. Right over towards Oviedo, we've got multiple locks with what we call a Barron Tornado Index on a scale of 1 to 10 of an 8.1. So again, a very high chance, an 80% chance of this now being a tornado that's on the ground. Here we are. It's dark. You can't see what's coming at you. You got to trust us. Geneva right now, you are right in it. It is right over you. It blew through Oviedo. It's right over Geneva, right over 46 for those of you that are familiar with this area, and just north of Chuliota. We've got a very impressive lock here on one of our more significant, impressive looking rotating thunderstorms. Huge hail core, brand new image right there, and you can see still got that low level lock, and you can see Lake Jessup. Not only do we have that, we've got a huge hail core, which is also an indication that this is a taller thunderstorm that is trying to spin and rotate. And it is, again, right on top of the city of Geneva. And I only hope and pray that they have been very diligent in watching and listening and are downstairs as this one is rapidly racing on through and headed towards the coast here in a very short period of time at 60 miles an hour. Again, a very, very dangerous rotating thunderstorm now with us as we continue to watch this one move back towards the coast. All right, let's head towards the land up towards Daytona Beach here, guys, if you don't mind. Excellent. Multiple thunderstorms here that at the very least are giving us some significant wind, and to the west near Pearson, that is the actual squall line. Once that comes through, right here, once this comes through, it will shut that severe weather threat off. Until it comes through, you're in the warm sector and you're getting these thunderstorms that are popping up quickly and rotating as they move very rapidly towards Interstate 95. Not seeing anything that, again, is catching my eye up towards Daytona Beach from a rotating standpoint. There's a little bit of a lock there just north of the land.
I would say this weekend, too. That's a good sign.
Yeah, tremendously. In fact, I was just going to say the same thing. We head south from here gradually and slowly. We'll drag it south. I want to go back to that Geneva cell right there.
And this is scary.
Yeah, that is. I'm going to go back to Barron here real quick and see if I can pop up any new stuff. Yeah, so what is that? You got 120 miles?
About 120 gate to gate. So again, when we look at
unbelievable.
these, this is Melbourne's radar. The red goes away, the green goes toward, but the brighter the colors, the stronger the winds. So when we see this bright green pixel next to a bright pink, if you will, pixel, that is scary.
Yeah, right.
And now moving just kind of east-northeast of Geneva from this latest scan.
I'm trying to get a couple of cities, state highway.
While we do that, do you have? This
ahead.
is WSI. So let me zoom
So
out.
right over Packard. It looks like right over Packard, Kyle. That's where it's right now.
Okay.
Seminole Woods Boulevard. That's the road I was looking for. That's the main thoroughfare, so to speak, right in that area. And that again, very, very impressive looking. There's Raccoon Trail. Look at all these low-level locks now as we're going back and forth between WSI and the fast track system. Guys in the back, if you don't mind switching that over here for me momentarily. You can see a very impressive little hook structure in the Winfield upstairs. There's your roads right there, some locations. Again, all moving right towards Lake Harney, moving right towards Geneva. There appears to me to be a brand new tornado warning that may have just come down on this particular cell.
Yes.
And if you can give me a time frame on that, Kyle, I'd be most appreciative of that.
Sure. Let me move this out of the way.
So,
let's get a line on this.
Yeah.
Because it kind of looks like it's heading, almost north of Oak Hill here.
Exactly.
But let's get the cone on this. The other thing with this particular warning that I haven't seen all night, they're calling for some larger hail on this one, easily into severe weather criteria, maybe over 1.5 inches in diameter, meaning that there's most certainly some strong updrafts with this storm. We can see just by looking at radar that there's some very strong rotation.
Yeah, this is clearly the strongest rotating.
This one's the real deal.
This is the real deal. There's no doubt about that. If there's no uncertainty with this. With the other ones, we weren't quite sure. With this one, we're sure. There's that large hail core that Kyle was talking about that extends just north of Oviedo, just south of Lake Jessup. If you get 1 inch diameter hail down to the floor, you're going to have some hail damage. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but just looking at that right there, you probably have 1 inch to 1.25 inch diameter hailstones at least upstairs. Now it's still warm out, so those hailstones are melting as they come down to the ground, but the bottom line is you're going to have something reaching the ground with this particular thunderstorm. To get hail, you need a tall thunderstorm. You need a large, what we call updraft, and a big downdraft. And when you get those big downdrafts, what comes down spreads out. And that's when you can get straight line winds, or in this case, if it's rotating, something a bit more tightened up and a bit more significant. So Snow Hill, back towards Geneva, over towards Lake Harney. Here we go. I mean, this is coming fast and furious right now. When we take a look at our Barron Tornado Index, which is kind of a key for us, it tells us the intensity of what's going on. An 8.2 out of a scale of 10 means this, we've got a high chance of this having a tornado in it and being on the ground until this one moves offshore. So that's one of the things that we're going to have to watch here very, very carefully. All right, let's go back towards WSI here real quick. And if we can switch this over to the reflectivity product. There's a brand new image just came in. I'm going to have Kyle loop this. Utmost concern now as we look forward towards the coast. And I'm going to name a couple of towns here. Kyle put a little placement there on it, but we got to watch Oak Hill.
Yep.
We've got to watch Edgewater. We've got to watch Pennachaw. There's absolutely no doubt about it with this one. 7:47, 8 o'clock, 8:06. This is going to be on top of you. You do not have a whole lot of time to get ready. Don't dilly-dally. Get downstairs now if you're upstairs. Get in the center of the house, an interior room. If you've got a bathroom, again, that's always a good place to be, structurally speaking. You've got a lot of 2x4s in those small rooms, and that could potentially deflect something if something were flying into the house. That's why we tell you to go there, and also because you have the bathtub, you can get nice and low down in that as well. Now, some people talk about getting a mattress and all that. You don't have enough time. Just get to the safety right now. Get down low. That is a very impressive looking hook right there. Let's kind of just go to the west for 1 second. I want to go to that squall line. Let's go from Pearson, work our way south and west gradually here. This is where we cut things off. Once this line comes on through, the severe weather threat is over. But until then, you've got to watch out, and even along the line of a lot of wind. So you can see that tail extending south and west, which means we still have plenty of ways to go through eastern Orange, Seminole, central, southern, and far southern Brevard County, Osceola, and Polk. So for the time being, let us continue to focus in on the 2 tornado-warned areas every once in a while.
Real quick, I just want to show this one other one because we're not going to show things outside the viewing area often, but I wanted to show this because this stretches all the way down, past Tampa Bay into Sarasota area. This is a tornado warning where there was an observed tornado. And this is on the very back edge ahead of the actual squall line. So, when we talk about Polk County or central and southern Osceola County and then eventually Brevard County, these are still things that are all in play for those areas. We were breaking down earlier today on social media and still are at this point. Eric Burris is on Facebook right now that in addition to the tornado threat, the damaging straight line winds are still a thing as well. But out ahead of this, there's still a lot of rotation in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So that one storm that you can see down near Sarasota, Manatee counties, that had an observed tornado. I'm guessing it was a water spout as it kind of moved onshore here. And then you have the squall line behind it. So, as parts of, Tony was saying, most of Marion County here almost in the clear. And then it will be Sumter, but not so much toward the East Coast, and certainly not for Brevard County where things really haven't even started. All right, Kai, I want to show Fast Track here real quick, and if you don't mind matching up this view here on Fast Track with what's going on WSI, I want to compare the two. I want to see what we're locking in at here. This is the first time I've seen 100-mile-an-hour winds potentially coming down to the surface, and an incredible hail core. 2-inch diameter hailstones potentially, coming down, and there could be considerable hail damage in this area. The guys in the newsroom, if we are looking to be somewhere, we want to check this area out once it's passed. We do not want to be anywhere near this area, guys, in the back right now. This is a storm that is likely to be producing damage as I am speaking to you right now. Osceola, Lake Harney. There is Pennachaw. We have, again, a significant rotating thunderstorm on the ground potentially here. Nothing confirmed, but by all accounts from past history, when you get something that is this well organized and this well developed with this amount of hail and that amount of wind, there's something going on. It's as simple as that, and that's what we will continue to watch. Now, Pennachaw, you need to quickly, and I mean quickly, get ready as this is being launched your way at a very, very rapid pace of at least 60 miles an hour. Geneva, if we're getting any reports of hailstones reaching the ground of considerable size, this would be the area thus far tonight. This is the largest storm, the strongest storm, and the one that's creating the most wind thus far this evening based upon the technology that we're using. It's as simple as that. There's Orange County right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the velocity product on WSI. I'm going to have Kyle go ahead and zoom it in and kind of poke around with, let's get some wind speeds on this. So 68 and 22, that's pretty darn close. You're close to 100 miles an hour there as well. We had the 100 miles an hour on our other software, other technology that we use here in the Weather Center when we're looking at severe weather. So very, very, very good agreement here. There could be considerable damage ongoing with this thunderstorm as it's racing quickly towards I-95. And we were talking about the areas, excuse me, out ahead of this. As we widen out this view, you're going to see the eastern side here of Volusia County. We're going to watch Pennachaw. We're going to watch Oak Hill. Again, this is the area where this is moving rapidly towards Oak Hill. Looks like it's going to be in your vicinity here within literally minutes. There is Oak Hill. 7:55. You have about 6 minutes before this is overhead. All right, you need to get downstairs immediately. This is not a joke. You need to get downstairs. This is a very dangerous storm, probably the most dangerous storm in my eyes, Kyle, and I'm sure you would agree thus far tonight. Yeah, and one that's held together the longest too, which is usually another indicator that this storm is of a stronger variety. Whether there was a tornado on the ground or not, we still know it was packing some very strong winds, aloft. Some of that has to at least reach the surface. Maybe it's not 80 to 90 miles per hour, but still damaging. Right, exactly. And that's the point we want to make there. We are not saying that you're going to have 100-mile-an-hour winds. We're saying that the potential is there for the winds to be as strong as 100 miles an hour based on the latest information that was coming in. Now, up towards Daytona Beach, very impressive thunderstorm here with another little
bouncing around area of rotation that's been kind of redeveloping here. This was the one that was pulsing down, and now it's definitively pulsing right back up. So there's Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. It's headed right at you. The gate-to-gate wind shear on this one as well, right around 100 miles an hour. It is moving towards, very close towards Mainland High School as well, right over I-95. Now, I know we have crews nearby here, or we did earlier, so it's going to be interesting to see if we are able to grab any intel from them as they are hopefully watching the radar and are in a safe location representative from where this is, so that they're themselves not indeed injured by what's going on. Wow,
and
that's
frankly,
impressive.
We sent Robert Lowe out there, and I know we were kind of telling him to be near I-4 and I-95, and that's basically right where this is. So, Robert, if you are listening, make sure you guys are taking cover.
Okay, great point. So there's A1A, there's Daytona Beach right now. Again, moving quickly off towards the northeast at 60 miles an hour. Again, here as well, you don't have a whole lot of time to get down and prepare. Do it now. Don't dilly-dally. So we've got one little rotating thunderstorm right up here on the northern side of the screen. On the south side of Daytona Beach, approaching Nova Road. Kyle, go to the northern side of Daytona Beach. I want to see, there we go, awesome. Loop that for a second because I want to see if this thing's expanding to the north. Nope, it's going due east. So,
yeah, I'd say that's easily south of Holly Hill and probably right through Daytona.
I absolutely agree with you there. And then just north of the Port Orange area, unless it would have curved to the right, but it doesn't appear to be doing that. So beach line going right towards the A1A area, south side of Daytona Beach is a very, very heavily populated area. This could have substantial impact to businesses and homes in and around I-95 and points just to the south of the Daytona Beach area. Of course, we've got the Speedway. We've got, again, the big race coming up here in a couple of weeks, so they definitely wanted to monitor the situation here as this is going very close to the Daytona International Speedway as well. There's Port Orange. Again, you're going to be okay as we slide gently down to the south. I'm going to go back to that Geneva area over towards just south of New Smyrna Beach. Keep going south there.
Watch out for those winds in New Smyrna. Not tornadic out there, but that looks like some gusty winds.
That's pretty impressive. Let's slide just a little bit. Let's get in. Yeah, let's go. Can you get a little closer? Awesome, right there. Love it, appreciate it. So there's Maytown Road. Again, 107 mile-an-hour winds on the eastern flank and about anywhere from 20 or so on the west side. Let's go ahead and take fast track, guys, in the back real quick. I want to kind of do the compare and contrast here, and I'll have Kyle kind of zoom in to that area. That's a brand new tornado one. There's live pictures right now coming in from Geneva, and I'm being told from our crews there. And I can't tell if that's debris on the ground or if it's just the bubbles of water that are making it appear like there's something on the roads. Difficult to see right there. But again, we've got the crew in the Geneva area. The worst of the weather is now east of Geneva and basically moving east of I-95 over towards the Oak Hill area. So that's the area that we definitely want to concentrate on. Kyle, any new info?
I mean, only with this storm, just to update here, is we sampled that one wind speed that was probably up around 100 miles an hour, and some other winds rotating around this. This is only, from what I'm looking here on our radar, about 3,000 feet up in the storm. So these are well-sampled winds.
Exactly.
It doesn't mean that they're at the surface, but it's more and more likely, the better we sample a storm like this. This is one of the best sampled ones we've had all night long, as it's not terribly far away from the Melbourne radar site.
Yep, and again, as we go back to WSI here, guys, you're going to see that there's that area. You've got 107 and 14. You put the two together, and you're looking at potentially upwards now of 120 miles an hour wind in the thunderstorm that could potentially come down to the ground. There's going to be some damage here with this. There's no doubt about that. Kyle, can you just go ahead and slide down more towards the west? I want to see more of the city of Oak Hill. I want to see more of some of the roads there over towards South Ridgewood, up towards Golden Bay Boulevard right there. You can come out just a little bit more. That might be too close. I want to be able to see that couplet there right there. Okay. This is the area that we've been kind of playing around with and investigating as far as when it comes to the wind. And just to the southwest of Oak Hill, over towards Putnam Grove Road, we have some very, very impressive winds. I'm going to have Kyle go ahead and kind of plug and play a couple of wind speeds here for us. You've got the brightest shade of green right there. You got on the east side.
Oh, that just backed up.
Yeah, yeah, it sure did. That was interesting. So again, over 100-mile-an-hour winds. That's the bottom line here. This is a very, very dangerous storm. That continues to move off towards the east-northeast. You've got West Putnam Grove Road. You've got West Halifax Avenue on the west side that runs through
Oak Hill.
Oak Hill. Yeah, I was going to say, I thought something strange. So it's right over. It is right over Oak Hill. We just we hope that they've made their precautions. They're down, they're low, because it is right over East Halifax Avenue. It is right over Ridgewood Avenue. You've got Vandora, West Halifax Place and Avenue right there. That is a tremendous amount of wind energy. There's no other way to describe it. You're looking at 86-mile-an-hour winds right now, potentially coming down with this rotating thunderstorm that is about ready to race offshore into the open waters of the Atlantic there, and we can't wait till it gets there. Can't get there soon enough.
And with New Smyrna, we were talking about what looked like some gusty winds. New Smyrna's airport, the municipal airport, 61-mile-per-hour gust here. That happened. Let's see here, just momentarily. That was about 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, and that when you get that report and that information, it just goes to show you that today's storms, it just doesn't take a whole lot. Looks like you got a brand new tornado warning in northern Brevard County there. Is that right?
We find it. Look, I think this one's coming from Tampa.
Okay.
No, that's. Yeah, it looks like this is. No, that's not ours. Hang on, let me zoom out.
Yeah, I was going to say.
I think it might just be an update to this one.
Okay, there we go. I think you're right. So we've got 3 tornado warnings: northern Volusia, central Volusia, and then we go back towards the Seminole County area, back towards Titusville. Kyle, can you go back towards the south and west of Titusville, East Orange? That's the one I wanted to see.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
That's the one I thought I saw.
That did not show up here. That's why.
That was quick. That's why we have 2 sets of eyes and we help each other out. That's what it's all about. So they're right there. Let's zoom in. Let's get in real close. I want to see if that's north of 50. Wow, that's pretty darn close to my house.
Just south of it.
Yeah. There's Lake Underhill. I'm right here. That's a lot of wind, and it's also moving very quickly over towards Avalon Park, over towards Bithlo. Go ahead and loop that. That's 56-mile-an-hour winds as it's developing right overhead. That one actually almost looks like.
Yeah, I'm going to zoom out. It looks like it had a west to east.
Or east-northeast, correct? Yeah,
a little bit more.
Yeah. There's the orientation of that warning. So yeah, that's what's going on there. So it's lifting off towards the east-northeast. There's a lot of subdivisions here. You've got Avalon Park just to the south of here. You've got the Seminole Orange County line. You've got 50. You've got Waterford Lake Shopping Plaza. Again, another very highly populated area. You've got Cypress Springs Elementary. You've got Legacy Middle School. You've got University High School, University Boulevard. You can see a tremendous thunderstorm trying to get going here and showing its initial stages of trying to come together while lifting northeast, potentially now over towards Bithlo. Live pictures now coming on in as we continue to show pictures from each and every county as we cover the severe weather from each and every county. Boy, I tell you what, it is definitely coming rapid fire here. So there's that thunderstorm that clearly shows a nice spin. This is coming from the Melbourne radar, and this is pretty good sampling too, nice and close. Some towns, some locations. There's Bithlo. 8:02, you got 4 minutes. 8:02, you got 4 minutes in Bithlo. Chuliota, 8:05 as this rides off towards the east-northeast. Southmere, Astronaut High School, a little bit farther down the way. Titusville and Shiloh, again, another area to watch as this one continues to lift off towards the east-northeast. Meteorologist Kyle Graham, was that at 60 miles an hour too, by the way?
This is, that's kind of been our default, if you will, with the movement of these. So yeah, this is at 60 miles per hour, so give or take a few miles per hour, but they're all moving very quickly.
Yep. And that's the bottom line. You don't have a whole lot of time to prepare. So that's, again, one of the keys here that we want to reiterate. Let's go back towards, back north to the Oak Hill area and see if that one is now offshore. It's pretty darn close.
Almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. And then they'll clear that area, and then we'll wait on the big line behind it. So there's Golden Bay Boulevard. Of course, you've got Atlantic Avenue right about in here. On the outer island there, and then of course the city of Oak Hill. So I'm going to ask our crews if they've got any information to pass along in our ear. I know Eric and Kyle have been obviously watching that as well on Pigeon.
So I do have looks like a little bit of damage. Tree down Lake Jessup, just northwest of there, actually, Seminole County. That was from about 45 minutes ago.
That was the cell that went through Oviedo and Geneva. I'm pretty certain.
That would be my guess.
Yep. I'm pretty certain of that. Okay, we've got more pictures now. Working in the Department of Transportation camps. Hit 417 in Curry Ford. That was going back to that Warren cell just south and west of here. If we can go back towards the Waterford Lakes area. Again, that cam is basically from right about in here, 417, just a little bit more to the west there, Kyle. Yep. Right there, there's a 417, and then of course you can see that's the one area that those guys have locked into in the back there. I do appreciate that, guys in the back. There's Wedgefield, Bithlow, again the 420, about ready to go right over that stretch of real estate into southeastern Seminole County. Very impressive looking structure trying to take shape here as it moves off towards the east-northeast. So we'll watch that. Wedgefield off to your west. There's a lot of wind in here, but nothing that appeared to be rotating. The portion that was rotating was right there in this particular area. Kyle, there was nothing on the southwest side of that warning, correct? South of Conway was just the...
Yeah, I wouldn't be too concerned about that.
Yep. All right, I just wanted to double check that, make sure as they're developing...
Saw on Twitter, looks like the siren's going off in Oviedo right now again.
That'd be the second time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, second time, exactly. All right, so let's get in close. I want to go street level one more time here, right along Seminole and Orange County. There's Bithlow. So we've got Chuliota, Mills Creek Road. We've got Research Parkway. There's 50. You got North Alafaya Trail. So that's where it is now. It'll continue to lift off towards the east-northeast. So we're going to have to watch, Kyle, I think Chuliota here, as this one is kind of screaming and tilting more towards the north and the east as we kind of look on in there.
That almost the way it turned a little bit at the end there.
It's interesting. It looks a little bit weaker, though, in the last
that would probably pass south of Oviedo, even though
the warning's going off, right?
Yeah, the sirens are going off there.
Yeah, they're on the south side.
That southeast corner of Seminole, and then kind of going east-northeast from there.
Exactly. So again, Bithlow, we're more concerned with you. Kyle, can you put one of those ETA fans out one more time for? I want to get Seminole County, Eastern Orange, and Northern Brevard County kind of taken care of. Again, assuming that this is indeed as well maintaining that 60-mile-an-hour forward speed. So Chuliota, as we mentioned, right on top of you. Southmere, 815. Titusville, right around 823. And Oak Hill coming in at about 828. So again, Eastern Orange, as you're looking at the video, right along the 417. This is what's coming on through right now. We showed pictures earlier of the 417 up towards Seminole County when the first wave came through. But Southmere, Chuliota, and Bithlow, we're going to watch you here very, very carefully until this moves past, and then we'll focus in on the points north and east of there. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Very impressive looking line. Look at how fast, Kyle, that squall line. Look where it is. That squall line is already
well into Volusia.
Yeah, exactly.
This is also the first time we've had only one tornado warning going since I think 6 p.m. when we came on the air, or just before 6 o'clock. I think it was about 5:50.
Yeah, we got to come up for air, right? Good point there. So let's focus in on the DeLand squall line here. I want to kind of give folks there a gauge of what type of winds are going to be headed their way as this is moving on in. And you know, again, this doesn't scream rotating thunderstorms here. There's a nice little curl on the northern side, but with this part of the line, it certainly looks to me more like strong damaging winds as opposed to anything that might be rotating. So again, 40, looks like he's got 50-mile-an-hour winds with the actual squall line coming across. So that's, again, as well, that's your final punch, so to speak, from this wave of energy. Live look in from Orange County as we continue to slide south along that line. I'll have Kyle go ahead and do that.
Yeah, real quick here, Tony, while we have the Orange County cam up, Orlando International Airport is delaying all arriving flights to their departure point due to these storms and the winds, of course.
Yep, and it's a great call. It makes sense. So that looks like that cell there is offshore now of the Oak Hill area. That's some good news. So as we focus in and bring this view down towards the south and the west, as we go a little more to the west before we go back to the coast. There's the line now. Pretty good wind. There it is. I was just going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if they issue a warning, and it certainly looks like they're covering themselves there. We've got Orange County again. We've got Lake County, Leesburg, Altoona, just north of Claremont, some strong gusty winds on the south side now associated with this squall line as it continues to lift off towards the north and the east.
And your newest warning here, Tony, just for Sumter County, Sumter, Polk, for our viewing area anyway.
Yep.
But after that warning in Sumter, Sumter should be out of the woods, which is great news. But we're just showing the velocity.
Right.
And it looks busy here. We understand that it's hard to kind of gauge all this stuff and all these colors, of different shades and brightness, but with the line, just assume that there's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning along it, because that's what every weather service office has done so far and is the right call. Minimum 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts.
Yeah. All right, so let's go back to the tornado-warned area here. We're going to eastern Orange County one more time, and I want to show you what's going on here. If you go ahead and loop that right there, we were watching that one lead cell, but this is kind of an interesting dynamic here. When you see the Christmas tree lights going on, red and green, red and green, red and green. Sometimes when you get these lines of thunderstorms, you get some weird wind configurations. It looks like we've got one of those setting up here, and these can create some significant wind. There's a fancy term for it, but we won't get too technical. But again, you can see it moving off to the north and the east, and you can see that extends all the way down towards the airport. You heard Kyle talking about the delays that are going on, and then our guys in the back were listening on in and said, okay, let's find a picture and some video down there, and lo and behold, look what they've found. You can see right there near the Treadport Drive, Conway Road area. Again, the camera just kind of really blowing around. But in getting back to the Bithlow area, back towards Waterford Lakes, again, this is a very intriguing and a very interesting pattern that's set up here in this line of thunderstorms that extends from Bithlow, a little kink right in there, back towards the south and the west, right over the 417 Cimarron Boulevard here, and then down towards the airport. So we're going to have to watch this again very, very carefully. The tornado warning originally did come out for this cell right here, and we're still watching that. Don't get me wrong, but we would be prudent to watch what's going on as well, I think, south and west of that lead cell, so to speak, that again is feeding off of some very warm and humid air this evening, just north of 50. Kyle, I was going to say, if you don't mind switching that back real quick there. So there's Bithlow, and there's Tuliota, there's the 420, and when he goes ahead and loops this, look how fast things are moving and developing. I mean, it is super quick. Yeah. You go from Tuliota to Bithlow right in that area, and you're looking at some significant wind here. Easily what could be 60 miles an hour, and I would not be surprised that we get reports of a lot of trees down with this type of setup that extends off towards the south and the west. Doesn't look that impressive here when you go 13 and 34, but when you add them together, that's when you can get in trouble, and that's what we're looking at. There's Bithlow, there's Christmas, and then down towards the Macon Parkway there, and then over towards Lake Underhill. Again, south and west of that main line, we have some very strong winds here near Belle Isle, over towards Meadowwoods, just east of Hunters Creek here. This all lifting off now towards the east-northeast, and again, right over the beach line right now. Some rough weather. I know guys are looking for some cams. If you want to, there's Lake Underhill. We will probably have a couple of cams as well that you might be able to pick up with some good pictures, guys, over towards the beach line, right at the beach line in the 417, based upon what I'm seeing on the radar right now. So Belle Isle, some pretty decent wind there for you. Over towards Conway Road, you got some Chickasaw Trail back towards Lake Underhill and Goldenrod, just to mention some of the roads in this general vicinity. A lot of wind and rain there. And then quickly on its heels, this is the squall line. And once that squall line does indeed come through, we're going to shut things off. Not a whole lot of lightning down here. There are some lightning being detected. The heaviest amount of lightning is right here. We just talked about that cell that was rotating now offshore there east of Oak Hill, so some fantastic news there. So we'll watch. Let's go down to Kissimmee. We haven't talked a whole lot about Kissimmee here in a while, Kyle, but I want to go ahead and just kind of look around here. This does not look that impressive as of right now, but down towards Point Siena, maybe a little bit of a wind pop there, but for the time being, we're in pretty good shape. We're just going to have to wait on the energy, well off.
Did have a nickel-sized hail report. It was several miles northwest of Mims, so maybe even just outside of Brevard County, actually. But that was a nickel-sized hail report from about 12 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's with that northern cluster right there. If we go ahead and switch it back over towards the reflectivity mode here, and then slide the view up into far northern Brevard County there, it's probably
might have been even outside Brevard.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say, the same exact thing. So there's what's going on. This, if we go ahead and loop that, let's kind of take a look at how this structure has changed. And it does, this doesn't scream, something that looks to be like what we had come through Geneva, Oviedo, and Oak Hill earlier. But there's definitely a lot of wind, as you saw, Kyle, going back and forth between the reflectivity product, which is what you're looking at here, and the velocity product, which helps us determine and take a look at what's going on with the winds in these thunderstorms. So we're going to watch right here, far southeastern Seminole County, that northeastern nook here of Orange County, and then back up towards Titusville and Mims and Scottsmore. This sometimes is an area where we have seen in the past storms pulse up. So, we don't want to let your guard down. This is a tornado warning. There's a tornado warning for a reason. Sometimes you get these cells that pulse down, but they quickly pulse right back up. So let's go ahead and switch it back to the velocity product there, Kyle, and see if we're seeing any changes within this whole line of showers and storms.
And I wouldn't say much rotation, but certainly this swath of wind, this big area of red, and that's easily 30 to 40 miles per hour.
Right.
I know I've seen a couple of questions on Twitter about why you see negative numbers. So think of this more as velocity, not just speed. Velocity being speed and direction. So the negative is not slower or anything like that. It's just trying to tell you what direction it's moving in. So if you see negative 17, it's still 17 miles per hour.
You're going in the opposite direction from the other side. So
yes.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's great that we can interact with you while this is going on. And sometimes as scientists we forget to dumb it down, and you guys help us with that. And that's the beauty of this, helping each other out and making it work. So again, thank you. Keep the comments coming. There's Chuliota. There's Bithlo. There's again Lake Hart. You got a lot of wind energy in here, but again, nothing that screams, maybe something on the ground and creating loss of life. So I'm happy to report that. Happy to say that we're not seeing that. We are seeing some very strong wind for now. We're in a tornado warning. It's going to last for a little while longer. We're going to watch this cell. Historically speaking, when we've seen cells move out of Seminole into northern Brevard, we have seen them pulse on up. So we'll watch that area right in there. We'll have to wait and see what's going on around the Bithlo area one more time. But again, I'm okay with what I'm seeing right now, is what I'm trying to tell you. I don't want you to let your guard down, but this is not like what we were seeing a short time ago through Seminole and southern Volusia County. Kyle, let's go ahead and do something here. Let's go ahead and put another ETA fan out from that little, I don't want to call it a bow, but it's got a little curvature there, and kind of take that back towards the center of that tornado warning area, over towards the Kennedy Space Center. Yep, there we go. It's 60 miles an hour. So we're talking Southmere here in about 2 minutes. Mims at 8:21. We're talking Scottsmore at about 8:23, and Shiloh 8:27. So while we're in this area, here's the Challenger Memorial Parkway, and you can see the guys in the back are following us county by county, and as we're giving them locations where there's active weather, they're following it up and providing you with the pictures in those areas. Just a wonderful way to show and tell, so to speak, what's going on inside these storms. It's nighttime, so you don't really get the true perspective, but what you do get from this, it's clear as day, is the amount of vivid lightning in this particular thunderstorm, and there seems to be an awful lot as we take a look now at this for northern Brevard County as it races off towards the east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So again, to reiterate, we are under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock this evening. We've got a tornado warning here that goes for about another 16 minutes as I try to recall all of the warnings and their times. We still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here as we're gearing up right along the main line of thunderstorms. You can see 1, 2, all the severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, getting ready for a wind event with that. And then we still have got these lead cells here. Any one of these, from Kissimmee down towards Winter Haven, as they move east into Osceola and then back towards Brevard County, have the potential to pulse up and potentially rotate. Okay, say that again, guys. Okay. Excellent, thank you. So what you're looking at here, some of the first damage pictures coming in from the WESH 2 crews up in Marion County, a tree down in the middle of a street. And remember this, if you are out at night, okay, and there is a tree down, there may be a transformer down, okay? You don't want to play with a live wire. You don't want to be anywhere near it. A lot of injuries from severe weather occur after the event happens, as folks are A, trying to clean up, or B, hit something that can put an electrical shock through their body. So that is a great photo to show to make that point, and I especially appreciate that, guys in the back, for passing that along. So west of Titusville, still got a pretty good notch there, down towards Bithlo. Another little round of significant wind here. It doesn't, again, appear to be tightening on up, but as we take a look at the reflectivity product, if you don't mind switching that over there, we'll take a look at that. And the rainfall rates, that's one of the things we really haven't looked at today. The good news is these storms are moving pretty quickly. Which is unfortunate in a way in that we could use the rain, but the rainfall rates as these storms are lining up and coming on through, I gotta believe are running 3, 4, 5 inches per hour. Not that they're dumping down that much rain as they're moving at 60 miles an hour, but that's a pretty darn good rainfall rate. And when you look at these live pictures coming in from all of the counties, not just Seminole County, we're headed towards OIA here out of Seminole County. You can see our crews just getting hammered by a tremendous amount of wind, rain, and lightning. As you can see them headed south now, getting ready to head into Orange County. So there's Titusville. You've been pretty quiet most of the day, but that is about to change here. As you can see, up and down of I-95, back towards the 408, over towards 50, in and around the Bithlo area. A pretty good line of showers and thunderstorms in this tornado-warned area, continuing now to lift off towards the east, northeast. Hey, Kyle, just curious, if you don't mind, any change of thoughts from the Weather Service on what's going on in the tornado-warned area?
So the one thing that we're watching is the area we have up right here. The only area still under the tornado warning, but from Melbourne's office, they're keeping an eye on Mims, Scottsmore, basically the areas we had in that cone there on that northeast heading.
Okay, very good. So with that, we again, this looks like it might be pulsing up a little bit there here all of a sudden, just to the east of Chuliota along 46. So we'll continue to watch that. Watch what happens when we loop this particular feature right here. You're going to see how things look like they're pulsing down, and then voila, all of a sudden getting some brighter shades of green with a little bit of red on the other side. So we'll see. We'll just, we're looking at trends and tendencies on these thunderstorms as they continue to quickly move through Central Florida this evening. Again, this event unfolding right about at 6 o'clock as we were getting on the news here. We're almost 2.5 hours now into it. We've had plenty of tornado warnings. This is I-95 now near Mims as we're concentrating on this particular area. Again, a lot of wind energy coming at you, and we'll just have to wait and see if this notch right there tightens up or if it just kind of stretches out and quietly and peacefully moves offshore. That's yet to be determined on that. So again, due diligence on that will get us through it safely. There's 50 east of Bithlo. A lot of wind also. Getting ready to move on in. Let's head back towards UCF, off towards the south and the west. And as you can see, there's Lake Hart. There's Wedgefield south now of that particular area. And again, here, a lot of wind and a lot of rain coming down in a very short period of time. But moving at 60 miles an hour, it's going to be very hard to pick up over an inch of rain with energy moving along that quickly. Let's go back to that main line up towards the land where there was a lot of lightning. Mr. Gravelin, if you don't mind, and let's see what we have on the way. Yeah, That looks pretty good. There's Daytona Beach. Again, we're not seeing the green and red rounded singular by itself. We're rotating, but we're seeing a nice band of wind that is quickly racing towards, once again, New Smyrna Beach, back towards Daytona Beach. There's the Speedway. Hunting Camp Road. If we go ahead and query some of this area there, Kyle, I want to try to give folks up here in DeLand in northern Volusia County. You're looking at DeLand, by the way, I'm being told now as we're speaking, as again, the guys are doing a fantastic job of just kind of showing the video where we're going, and that's the beauty of this. Again, 25, 35, 45, looking at about, I see a max of 42 in that little particular band right there, 29, 19, 24, 19. So yeah, close to 40 miles, maybe 50 miles an hour with that band coming through right there. So not as high as what we were seeing earlier, but certainly, again, a lot of wind energy with this as it's getting ready to close in on I-95 here in the next couple of minutes, and then over towards New Smyrna Beach, South Daytona, over towards the Ponce Inlet as we go through about the next 20 to 30 minutes. There's Sam Sula. And New Smyrna Beach, again, also going to have to prepare for this one coming in from the west to east at a fairly quick pace. All right, down to Orange County one more time in Seminole County. Let's head down along I-4 here and see what we have going on. There's the line right through here. So there should be lots of reds, and indeed there is. There's your severe thunderstorm warning, including the Altamont Springs area, the heart of Lake County here as we go from just north of Claremont. Back towards Mount Dora, including the city of Leesburg. All of this is now moving on off towards the east. And once this line comes through your area, this is the back edge. This is the back edge. So once this comes through, you're done for the night. You may get a little more rain later on, but severe weather-wise, you're done once this comes on through. And it's interesting, Kyle, when you look at that squall line, how there are little discrete pockets of wind, not so to speak together, but just kind of married along that line, and I'd be willing to bet it has to do with that powerful jet stream upstairs.
Yeah, sure, and that's just, you know, maybe a mile or less above the surface, where we're seeing these 60 to 70 knot winds, or 65 to 75 mile per hour winds. Very strong, winds like that can keep storms or lines of storms like this going. Right. That's the main thing. It's not that winds aloft would necessarily hit the ground. A few of them likely will ahead of the front. Or ahead of the squall line, but so many things that we watch when going into this forecast and just monitoring the situation. It's not just what you see on radar.
Correct. All right, let's get back towards eastern Orange County here, back towards southeastern Seminole, far northern Brevard County, and then you get towards Oak Hill. So we're starting to see a little bowing going on here, and when you start to see a bow in a line of thunderstorms, that means there's an uptick in wind energy, and more than likely getting ready to come down to the surface. So we're going to have to watch this one very carefully now from Titusville over towards Oak Hill until this portion moves offshore. Let's kind of loop that. I'm kind of curious to see the evolution of what's been going on here. Yeah, see there, last couple of images, you can kind of see that wind field kind of getting punched through here. A little bit of a bow from Oak Hill. Down towards northern Brevard County. So a lot of wind energy getting ready to, it's over I-95, getting ready to clip Oak Hill and then move offshore. And it's going to be interesting to see what these last couple of cells over towards Bithlo do as they continue to race off towards the east-northeast. Let's go ahead and stop that loop and pixel query those two cells right there and take it all the way to the coast there, Kyle, because I just want to see how fast this is going to get back towards the coast here. A lot of wind. There's your bow on the northern side. And a lot of wind energy in and around Bithlo, back towards Titusville. Looking at 60-mile-an-hour winds here along that bow, which is pretty much right in line with what we've been seeing today, folks. And then as you work your way down to the south, still some good wind, but probably not as intense as what you're seeing on the northern flank, so to speak, of that line. So Kyle's doing another good job there of updating that as they continue to come on in. There's Volusia County, by the way, one more time. A couple more pictures coming on in. And I'm going to scooch over to this side of this view as we can show you some of the cities and towns that are going to be impacted now by the wind energy with that Boeing line of thunderstorms. So you got Bithlo right now, basically 8:25. Southmere coming in at about 8:36. You go to Mims, roughly at about 8:42-ish, and then Oak Hill right around 8:50. And I tell you what, Oak Hill has had, like Oviedo, several rounds of some rough weather that has hit them tonight. So we're thinking about you guys. Trust me on that. Volusia County, you can see the lightning really picking up here. That's in response to that line of thunderstorms, the squall line, so to speak, that's getting ready to press closer to the coast there. So that picture will get worse before it gets better. And then once that line passes on through, we're going to be in a much better place there in central and northern Volusia County. So farther to the south, let's keep an eye now on the southwestern portions there of Orange County. We've spent, I think, a good enough time now on what's going on over there. But I wanted to focus in on what's going on back towards Lake County, southern Sumter, and back towards Polk. Remember, all of this energy now is going to have to work back to the east. And if there's one or two things that might be working in our favor here, the storm system is a good deal to the north. It is after sunset. So we've lost some of that heating and instability, that buoyancy, so to speak, here through Brevard and over towards Osceola County. So I'm hoping that the jet core is just strong enough that we won't see a repeat performance across Osceola and Brevard County and Polk County like what we saw up here with all these tornado warnings. Something we're going to have to watch to wait and see what happens. But there's what Kyle's done. He's kind of basically drawn out a fan from that squall line, and at 60 miles an hour, you're in Ocoee at 8:25, which is now. Pine Hills at 8:36, then back towards Sanford at 8:37, downtown Orlando at 8:48, and then as we push our way back towards Oviedo, right around 8:53 this evening. So we've got time to watch the squall line, and we have time to watch that little Boeing Echo there across far northern Brevard County. So those are the two main entities right now. You can see the farther west you go, warnings have been dropped. The areas have cleared on out. We're in good shape here. This is a picture now, I understand it, of downtown Oviedo. This is an area that took the brunt of a fairly significant thunderstorm that was clearly rotating a short time ago. No such thing going on there right now, as a good chunk of the energy has gone east of there and is in northern Brevard County and southern Volusia County, extending southwest back towards Bithla. But they're traveling around. If they see something or hear something, we'll pass that along to you. But this is not a night for folks to be out and about, especially if you had a significant storm come through your area tonight for the sole purposes of keeping you safe. Let the authorities take care of that, and we won't have any issues post-storm, so to speak. There's Titusville, I-95, and nice little snaking feature here of showers and thunderstorms. Kyle did a nice job of pixel querying the winds there, and we were consistently coming up with 50 to 60 mile an hour winds there up and down I-95. From Mims to Scottsmore and then back over towards Oak Hill. But the worst of the weather now appears to be just southeast of Oak Hill. So clearly some good news there. Kyle, any new information coming in from?
So nothing big here. It looks like, just judging from the SPC, that areas south of here might actually be added to a tornado watch here. Just watching the very back edge of this line, which goes well south of the WESH 2 viewing area. The other thing is you're looking at on radar with this tornado warning that includes Orange into Seminole, parts of Brevard, and Orange County. That is set to expire here in about 2 minutes. And when it does, this could be an important point where we kind of transition from less of these what we call discrete supercells, storms that are kind of out on their own and they have more of a tendency to rotate and cause tornadoes, to just focusing on this big squall line. Yeah. You likely won't see as many tornado warnings with that, but we'll still have some strong straight line winds as we've been showing you here, and well south of here, Sarasota, even going south from there across parts of South Florida. Those are areas that will watch out for all of these severe weather hazards.
It's interesting to note that they're still considering, though, putting that tornado watch down to the south of our viewing area. That says a lot to me. That says that there's still enough jet energy upstairs that storms out ahead of the main line could still take on some sort of rotating function. So it just shows you the dynamic that is in play with this very large storm system that is impacting the state of Georgia, Alabama, the Carolinas, and now here in Central Florida this evening. So again, we started the coverage of our tornado warnings right around 6 o'clock as we were getting on to our newscast or thereabouts, and have been going ever since. And you can see a big band here of wind, and it does not look like anything that is tightening on up, and something that would say we've got a rotating thunderstorm. So that's the good news. The bad news is, as Kyle is going through and putting some numbers on there, we have some significant wind that is coming through and over Interstate 95 right now. We're talking 50 to 60 mile an hour winds here. This is going to continue to lift off towards the east-northeast, and once that particular area moves offshore with this warning, I think due to expire here momentarily, it's going to be interesting to see if they replace it with a new severe thunderstorm warning, or if they do something else and just let everything expire. So that's kind of a wait and see approach on that. Back towards the land, Kyle, looks like that northern flank here may be weakening a little bit. I don't see as many yellows and oranges as I was seeing earlier.
The rain's not as heavy, certainly
Right.
going into parts of Lake County here, western Volusia. There's probably still some wind. It doesn't look impressive here. That doesn't mean it's not there.
Yep.
Very important to point that out. But the other thing here, now that this squall line has moved well on shore, technically Marion County is still under. Or actually, theirs expired about 30 minutes ago. Let's find out. I'm guessing that will be your update.
Yep, that's it.
The tornado warning's gone.
Severe thundrstorm warning looks like just came out.
Yeah,
from that area.
so that's going to be until 9:30 here.
And that makes sense. I totally agree with that. We were just showing you the winds. Right around 60 miles an hour. You're looking at the definition of a severe thunderstorm. You need that amount of wind, and that's clearly what they have. And look at the way they shaped it. They basically took the bow at the back edge of that little line of storms there, and if they pushed it off towards okay, so we're getting video now from Kissimmee of trees down, and there haven't been a whole lot of warnings in Kissimmee today, and we're still getting wind damage. So just a testament of the strength of this storm, and we've got some lightning video up towards Lake Panasoffkee. Of course, that over in Sumter County. Wow, that's incredible. Right there, just brilliant lightning right there, illuminating the entire sky. The guys have been working hard out there, the crews, and that's some strong lightning video right there. And to get that in January, you have something significant going on. So again, kudos to those guys doing it safely. Let's see, there's Claremont. Let's go down towards Claremont, South Claremont, Kyle, real quick. I want to examine the backside of this squall line here, which, again, in this particular area, there is not a severe thunderstorm warning for Claremont down towards Kissimmee, nor is there one for the Orlando area. And when we take a look at the winds here, it does appear as though this component of the line is just shy of the 60 mile an hour wind strike there. So again, you got to keep in mind though, it's still, however, moving quickly. That combined with the wind we're seeing in it could easily produce severe storm wind gusts. So we're going to watch that. Claremont, Citrus Ridge, down towards the attractions, over towards Orlando. We got to watch this. Once this line does indeed come through, we're basically shutting it on off. So that's the good news. It's going to take a little bit more time. Again, this line is moving off to the northeast while at the same time moving back towards the east. Kyle, over to you.
Okay, yeah, so we'll take the wider view here, and let's take the graphics full as Tony steps off. But what we'll be watching, and it's good that we're not seeing warnings here. We know this is a strong squall line, but if we're not seeing warnings in Lake County or in Orange County, or at least central and western Orange County, that is promising. That would mean that the southern edge of this, though, is still very strong. So what's about to move into Polk County here, you see surrounded by a warning. And remember, Osceola and most of Brevard County are still in play. I'm going to take a much wider view here. And I'll step over to the maps. You see all the lightning, you see the heavy rain, but we don't necessarily see any damaging wind signatures. You know, we've been showing you these velocity products where you see the reds and the greens, these brighter colors meaning the strongest winds, but we're not seeing that with what's about to move into the Orlando metro. Certainly some gusty winds, still things that can cause maybe some minor damage, you know, trees that maybe are dead or dying trees, or you knock loose branches and things like that. Those can certainly be shaken around by a line of storms like this, but it's stronger here as it goes really along I-4 leaving the Orlando metro. So into Polk County soon. I mentioned earlier that the very back edge of this line, which will take a while to work through parts of Central and eventually South Florida, you know, these places are not out of the woods by any means. We don't expect this to weaken as it goes south of the area. So maybe not necessarily into the WESH 2 viewing area, but if you have friends, you have relatives and family in these areas going south of Polk and Osceola, you'll want to make sure they stay weather aware. Anytime you have a nighttime severe weather event, we're always more concerned because you can't necessarily see anything. You know, we do have plenty of spotters active around Central Florida right now, but that doesn't mean they can pick up, you know, a whole lot of information. So there's our line. Claremont right now, that's some very heavy rain, likely some gusty winds that either are moving through right now or maybe just past, as we usually see the winds right out ahead of the heaviest rain here, right out ahead of that squall line. You have these winds that just kind of downdraft in the storm, hit the floor, and then go out ahead of it. So those will be moving through. Thank you, Tony, for putting out the timing on those. 8:35 in Apopka, 8:41 into Lakeland there in Polk County. Pine Hills, 8:45, Winter Springs. At 8:48, you see Orlando on there. Just after 8:50, closer to 9 for Haines City. Tony?
All right, so here's what we're going to do now for you. Since we just lost our last tornado warning, we're still going to diligently watch this. We're still going to be on Facebook Live. We're still going to be doing all the social media stuff for you. But our policy has always been, if there's a tornado warning, we stay on until the severe weather threat is over. As we're looking at this, we're not seeing any rotating thunderstorms. So we're going to give the guys in the back just a couple of moments to get us off of all of our 5 networks here, stations that we broadcast to. And what we're going to do is we're going to kind of reset ourselves. We've been on the air for 2.5 hours. We've got crews in every county. We've got an hour and a half of news coming up between 10 and 11 o'clock. A full wrap-up today on tonight's storms and any damage reports that we do get. If you have some photos and you can send them to us, we would greatly appreciate that. We do not, however, want any of you going out when there's a storm nearby to go and take pictures or look for damage. That is not what we want you to do. We want everybody to be safe. You know, we're gonna go that route. You can see tons of pictures there. A lot more stories on tonight's severe weather coming up. We've got the crews in the field, as we said. So we will let you guys run for now. We'll get back to WESH 2 News regular programming on a Sunday night and have a full hour and a half recap beginning at 10 on the CW18, recapping tonight's severe weather county by county. We'll talk about some good news, the drawing the cooler weather that is on the way.